Shut up.
Damn it.
So Wednesday morning, you're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
If you're watching the live stream, Tommy has now started so we can hit the da-na-nas together, putting his finger up in the air to
They
time
do
it
the
out.
timing, like a maestro.
You know what you look like? You look like Lawrence Welk about to start every song he ever did on PBS.
You know, Kimmy does not know who.
She does, actually.
I do.
Lawrence Welk became very popular for some reason with people our age.
Wow.
Within the
Oh,
last 10
really?
years. I
I
don't know
just
why.
because of my grandparents.
Okay.
Oh.
I also watch it with my grandparents. But for some reason, he had a revival.
Oh, maybe so.
I didn't
I
know.
don't know.
that.
People were watching the show. Doesn't matter.
Okay.
It is a chilly start.
Oh, yeah.
27 degrees downtown. A little bit of snow on your way in this morning if you are coming in now. Looks like the snow has stopped, but there could be snow on the ground depending on where you are. Going to get into the low 40s, but
Yeah.
next week we're back into the 40s, and we'll have a day where we're diddling 50 next week.
Nice.
So we got that going for us. Let me ask you a question.
Go ahead.
Do you remember the name Joe Francis?
No.
Kimmy, does that name ring a bell to you?
I don't think so.
All right. Joe Francis, at one point, had his pulse on the finger on the cultural pulse of America.
Really?
He was one of the most successful businessmen in America about 25 years ago.
What did he have?
He was the leader of the empire that was Girls Gone Wild.
Oh, yeah, he did time, didn't he?
Yeah. So don't get ahead of me. I'm
Turns
sorry.
out, not a great guy.
Wait a minute. You're telling me a dude that got women drunk and
Yeah, it's
filmed them
weird.
doing
It's so
sexual things
strange.
and then sold the
Yeah.
video was not a good dude. So the reason this man, Joe Francis, is back in the news again.
Yeah.
Peacock is doing a docuseries called Girls Gone Wild, The Untold
Oh,
Story.
I got to check it out.
Okay, I don't think it's what you think.
No, I want to say, I know it's not, it's going to be how we got in trouble.
Uh-huh.
And
I know, but
you might get a couple little shots, So.
I would not say that with what I'm about to tell you.
Well, nice ones. Legal ones.
So, the documentary, as you said, goes
Yeah.
through what Girls Gone Wild was, how it became like a cultural
Oh,
phenomenon.
yeah. I remember them selling it on TV at late night.
And like it just became part of like the
Yeah.
lexicon of what we talked about,
Mhm.
right? I mean, I was in high school. Kimmy, you were in high school when it was all kind of going down.
Yeah.
Right? And I vividly remember my buddies getting a hold of a burned DVD of one of
Yeah.
the Girls Gone Wilds, and it was like the greatest
Oh,
night of
sure.
our life.
Well, they had those the late night commercials.
Yeah.
It wasn't. I don't know if it was a commercial or just like like an hour long promotion
Yeah.
infomercial kind of thing.
Okay, so like Kimmy
Yeah.
said, it turns out that when you're filming just regular people, women doing sexual stuff,
Yeah.
things are probably going to go wrong for you
Yeah.
because in 2003 there was an incident where this man, Joe,
Yeah.
got 4 girls drunk, filmed them nude and in sexual situations, and it turns out all 4 girls were underage.
Yeah.
So
No, I didn't check their IDs first.
who knows? He ultimately pled contest to misdemeanor child abuse and prostitution charges.
That sounds like some heavy duty time.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, so he did some time, but then he had more charges coming over the years. He fled the country in 2014.
Oh, no
Smart
kidding.
move.
So he is in this documentary.
Oh.
They interview him in this
So
documentary.
he's overseas somewhere hiding out?
That I don't know, but he sits down and has an interview with them. So they ask him
Yeah.
if he felt bad for what happened in this specific incident in 2003.
Mm.
Okay. And if he victimized them.
Yeah.
I'm going to read you a quote.
Yeah, I can't wait to hear this.
All right, now keep in mind, this guy got rich beyond his wildest
Oh,
dreams
yeah.
with this. He was also a giant douche about it. Like, he was like one of them, like, original, like, out playboys doing the
Yeah.
whole thing. Okay. Quote, when asked, do you feel bad and did you victimize these girls? No, because I don't believe they were victimized. They victimized me.
Oh.
He goes on.
Turn the tables.
He goes on. They were 17, just shy of 18, which if we could time out there. Always the creepiest way to describe anything.
Yes, it is.
Just a bit outside 18.
She'll be legal just a few weeks, boys. He goes on. They were the ones that victimized us. We all believe that they were put up by the Panama City police, and it was all an operation. So I believe that was quite orchestrated. I walked into an effing snake pit, okay? So he's accusing the police department of Florida of intentionally
recruiting 17-year-old girls
to get drunk and do sexual things on camera, which were then sold via
To
those
entrap
videos.
him.
Yeah, you got it. They asked him about the legacy of Girls Gone Wild as well. Quote, it loosened everything up. I think it made for such...
Yeah, we didn't have pornography before that.
For a so much more fun generation, I think it created the ability to have, obviously, the Kardashians, and it did so much more. So not only is he taking credit for the Kardashians,
Yeah.
he's saying that his underage pornography with regular people on the street made the generation more fun.
We kind of loosened up a little bit. It made Florida fun again.
Quote, this is his last quote.
Yeah.
Quote, more, everything, more for society, for life.
Wow, look at that. Sounds like he's running for Senate.
Well, I mean, I guess there are some
I think
places
he
in
could.
America
Oh,
you could run for Senate
absolutely.
with what he's got going on. So like we said,
Yeah.
and the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. When it was happening, Girls Gone Wild was a cultural phenomenon.
Yeah.
It had bled into every part of American life. It was a household name. Everybody
Yeah.
knew what it was. And granted, at the time, folks were like, oh, nobody really saw it as problematic. And now, in hindsight, when you have all of this here,
Yeah.
you look back and go, oh, dear God, how did we let that happen?
But
Yeah.
all these sites ended up this way.
Yes, you're right.
Every institution that was, well, they do it in a classy way. Nah, really. It was all dirty business.
Now, here's the thing. I do want to separate. I mean, there's a difference between pornography
Yes.
and this.
Right.
And I'm not here to
Yeah,
defend
yeah,
the
yeah.
No, but I'm
pornography
talking
business
like
either.
Playboy,
Sure.
and
Yeah, but-
Penthouse, and those institutions that were always considered more, like Playboy was always considered like a high-class men's magazine.
Well, they weren't going to spread legs and show it to you.
No. But then we find out that the mansion was a really horrible place.
What made you think? What made you think a man in his 70s, 80s, 90s that was a millionaire that was
Yeah.
keeping women in there against their will,
Will.
essentially?
Calling it movie night.
But you were saying, Kimmy, I'm sorry.
Well, I was going to say, but I can understand how people at the time didn't know what was going on behind the scenes of Playboy, whereas this is kind of like out there
Yeah.
in your face. We kind of knew what was happening here.
But this
didn't
all tied
hide
in-
anything.
But this tied it all into the spring break stuff.
Yeah.
That's kind of how this,
Yeah.
like, I remember Springboard, because we used to have that guy on, and we
Hmm.
used to give away those we used to give away those DVDs.
Oh, did you?
Oh, yeah.
Interesting.
Oh, yeah.
Part of the problem. Just saying.
Well, I'm sure we were.
Well, no, I do remember as a kid, like when I said, like, the greatest night of our lives when we got a hold of one of those DVDs.
Yeah.
I just assumed, even as a kid, that this was all a setup. That they were
Oh.
obviously actresses and, like, they were
Oh,
pretending.
you thought that as a kid,
Well,
too?
yeah. I mean, you didn't?
I mean, I never actually watched the DVD, so I couldn't tell you.
Yeah, they didn't really have. Did they have Guys Gone Wild?
I don't think
Tommy,
so.
did they have
I
Guys
don't-
Gone
like,
Wild? They must have, right?
No.
Kimmy, can you, bro?
like,
So
You're
you would
missing-
have guys
There's no
jumping
way.
up and down in bed with other guys showing their wangs.
Why would you not? Well, I mean,
But that would be, I never heard of it.
talk awfully fast, everybody.
That would just
Okay.
be. So you're thinking there's guys did this and they sold it on TV.
So I don't know if this was somebody else doing this or if this was an actual.
This is like an SNL skit.
if this was an actual spin-off of the original, but it says there was a Guys Gone Wild series.
All right.
It was a male version of the popular Girls Gone Wild videos, featuring men exposing themselves on camera, often filmed at similar events like spring break.
Yeah, why wouldn't
oh,
there
and it says it was produced by the same company.
Oh.
By the way, much less fun shift
Yes.
for the cameraman. No, well, why would there not be a Guys Gone Wild? You're missing a giant market there,
Yeah,
right?
it's true. I just can't imagine.
What? Women and gay men.
The problem,
Yeah.
you probably got so many guys signing up to do that, though.
Hey,
think?
why don't you two guys wrestle in bed and start
Well, no.
making out?
Well, Kimmy, that's what it was. I mean,
Yeah,
it's
those
like,
girls were like doing.
I'm saying, but in terms of guys, like it probably
they were
wasn't.
doing like girl on girl action. So
It probably wasn't.
that's what you would be looking at.
maybe. I never
What
saw
else
it.
would- well, if
I
you're
never
gonna-
saw it. I never watched it.
If you're gonna go with the Gone Wild
Yes, you're right.
theme,
You're right.
you'd have to jump in bed with your buddy.
You're right.
And start, rubbing butts.
But
Rubbing
rubbing
that
that butts.
I was thinking more. It probably wasn't. It probably didn't take much to get a guy to flash a camera.
Taking your
Okay.
taking your dong out is one thing, but like making out with your buddy Carl.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. There's
Like
yeah,
dancing
there's that.
together.
Yeah. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Again, we're talking about this new docu-series, excuse me. It's on Peacock. It's Girls Gone Wild, The Untold Story. They sit down and talk to the man who did all of this, Joe Francis. And again, like we said, he was charged in 2003 with prostitution and misdemeanor child abuse after 4 women he filmed while drunk in sexual situations and naked turned out to be underage.
Yeah.
The guy who ran this in this docuseries
He invented
says,
it.
but he says he was set up. It wasn't our fault. The cops recruited underage girls while drunk to get into sexual situations. He also claims that Girls Gone Wild changed the way society was for the better.
All right.
So here's what I'm trying to figure out.
What's that?
Because I can't sit here, as you can't sit here, and none of us could sit here and go like, at the time we knew it was bad because it was like we said, it was just a part of society that had overtaken things and been like, wow. What are we doing now? That seems completely like, well, this is how it is. 20 years from now that we'll look back and go, oh my God, how did nobody say, what are we doing?
Well,
It would be
what's
OnlyFans.
starting.
Well, I think
maybe.
it's...
Something's going to come out on that.
Okay, hold on one second.
'Cause
Well,
you can't just say no because you don't know
I
who
didn't
runs
say
it
no.
and what else they're doing.
I guess the difference would be the control.
Yeah.
Because in this situation, whether or not the girls are underage, you are taking advantage of people in an altered state, filming them, getting them to sign their rights away, and then selling them, right?
Yeah.
Whereas with OnlyFans, if I want to be an OnlyFans model, I have the ability to make that choice myself.
Yeah, but I don't know who runs it.
Okay.
You can't sit there and say that.
No, you're right.
though,
You're right. You're right.
Here's a tell, though. If you live in Florida and if you have a unique idea, you will eventually go to prison.
That's a good, yeah.
That's just how it's going to work.
No, that's a fair
I
statement.
got this thing called a pain clinic, man. We're going to give everybody meth.
I'll tell you exactly what it's going to be because it's already starting to happen a little bit. Moms who are making money off their kids on their social media pages.
That's a really good one.
Because these kids are now growing up, becoming adults, and being like, that wasn't okay. I didn't sign off on that.
Oh.
My face is everywhere, and you made money off of it. There's going to be financial disputes over it. We're going to be like, wow, that probably wasn't a smart idea
That's a really
to
good
use your kids.
Which is funny because we kind of already went through that with like Hollywood in the 40s, 50s, and
Oh,
60s,
yeah.
right? There's a law, the Coogan Law, which they set aside child actors' earnings so parents can't blow through them.
Yeah.
So many guys ended up broke and destitute. Men and women died in terrible ways. How did we not see that coming a second time?
Yeah.
True.
So to Kimmy's point, there is this child streaming person who's been famous for like 10 years. Her name, Little Tay, is that the one? The Asian girl from Vancouver?
I haven't even seen
she's
that
a
one.
kid,
I've
yeah.
seen a bunch of these types of stories, though.
Okay.
Yeah.
Long story short, now I don't know if she's come out and said anything, but they had to keep the the hook was she was like super rich as a
Okay.
kid, so she would like buy all this crazy stuff and destroy it,
All right.
like luxury vehicles at like 10 years old. Of course, it's all BS, right?
Yeah.
But they had to keep upping the ante to
Yeah,
get
sure.
people to pay attention. They faked her death twice.
Wow.
A child.
Jesus.
A child.
Jeez.
How creepy is that?
Yeah.
So like to your point,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. And most of the time, it's the parents are behind it. So it's like, were they forcing the kid to do this? Was the kid doing it on their own? Do they have the ability to say, like, give consent for those types of things?
Because there's a kid right now who, maybe I'm even a little past it. When my
Yeah.
kids were younger, his whole hook, again, a little Asian kid. I'm sorry, I don't know why that keeps coming up. He would open up toys and play with them
Okay.
on YouTube. And it led to a whole product line that they sold exclusively at Target. So like this 7-8-year-old kid's face
Yeah.
would be
it's
all
on the boxes.
Yeah, all over
Yeah.
these toys, right? And like my kids, it made sense because my kids instantly recognized who that kid was. They didn't even really watch the video.
Yeah.
But like this kid
Right.
was making millions and millions and millions of dollars
Yeah.
at 7, 8, and it wasn't his idea.
Yeah.
He didn't want to pop the camera up and play with the toys. Like he was obviously being told what to do.
And that's not even one of the bad stories.
You're right.
But even there was that whole thing on Nickelodeon,
Yeah.
and all that got exposed, and that guy said it was a lie. Like apparently, if you ask any man, none of this ever happened.
So maybe I guess the moral of the story is don't use anyone under 17 for anything
There you go.
in popular culture.
Yeah.
Because it's not that hard to avoid.
Right.
You don't need child actors and actresses. There
No.
are small people, because like you could make a living. I heard from a distance you kind of look like an 8th grader.
Wow. Amazing how that joke keeps
Ma.
steaming along.
Ma. No, but in all seriousness, like you don't need to have a kid on set. You don't need to put a
Well, you
camera
do
in
need
his
child
face.
actors for certain shows,
Okay,
I guess.
but for the sake of entertainment, let's ruin their lives.
But they keep lining up.
Yeah, no, their parents keep lining them
Yeah.
up. Bro, you remember, as you talk about things that even the shows were connected to
Yeah.
back in the day that now you look back and go, ooh.
Yeah.
They used to have those model searches at the mall.
Oh yeah.
And for those who don't remember, they would run advertisements on TV and radio, and they would say, is your kid the next star of blah, 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 blah? We found actors and actresses that were on Nickelodeon and MTV, and they'd name certain people.
Yeah.
Britney Spears and Justin Timberlake and blah, 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 blah. And they would get you to come down.
Yep.
And They would look at your kid and they go, that kid's going to be a star.
Yep.
That kid's going to be a star. So
What do you do next?
here's what happens.
Yep.
We're going to need $5,000 from you.
Yep.
And we're going to take headshots and give them acting lessons and singing lessons. Whole thing was a scam.
Mm-hmm.
Whole thing was a massive scam. But for years and years and years,
Yeah.
these parents line their
My
kids
kid's
up.
a model.
Exactly. And they promise their kids, you're going to be famous and
Yep.
rich and da-da-da-da.
Yeah. But you run these camps for like music and acting, and there was a private company that was like Drama Kids or something that taught you how to act around here, and it's kind of the same thing. I mean, you will get skill, but
I
know
look
what I mean?
at, but again, I think there's a very fine line
yeah,
between my kid enjoys acting and singing, so let them explore it,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm going to exploit the desperation of these parents.
yeah.
And then the kid, if they have anything in them.
Because they do that Rock Star Academy here, where you learn how to be,
Yeah.
Yeah, but the
I mean,
kid.
that's learning to play an instrument.
Yeah, and you can-
But it's not like you're in school. Like you're trying to teach them how to perform on stage. Like you're doing a concert.
Okay. I mean, look, I guess.
You know what I mean? You're kind of selling them on this is going to be something you could do as an adult and make money. And that's every kid's going to think that.
Well, yeah.
'Cause they
but
think,
you want
no,
your kid to have dreams, right?
Right. But
don't know.
it's not a realistic one.
Okay, I think there's a difference between a kid dreaming of something that's improbable
Yeah.
and taking a parent for $10,000
Okay. Yeah, that's true.
with a kid that has no ability to do anything.
All right.
Well, look,
If you're going to rip people up, just keep the cost down.
we have a dynamite. Keep your kid away from everybody. Going to break them for you this morning here on CMF. It's 8 o'clock. Excuse me. Jesus.
God.
Tuesday.
Yeah.
Nope.
Wednesday.
Let's try this again. Ready?
A little hate.
Wednesday.
Yeah.
8 o'clock. You know what that means?
A little hate.
That's right. Hate Mail of the Week coming at you just after 8 o'clock. 2 weeks ago, Tommy stumbled upon what might have been his most brilliant take in the history of this show.
Wow.
And I know there's not a lot of them. There is a television network that around this time of year makes all their money.
Oh, yeah.
And for whatever reason, despite the fact that these movies are terrible and they're all the same and they never have any actors that you've ever heard of, people sit and watch them for hours and hours and hours.
Mm-hmm.
And you figured out why.
Yes.
We'll get into Tommy's theory. But that theory really bothered a lot of people.
Oh, really?
We got blasted with Facebook messages from like sweet old ladies.
Yeah.
But it was a gentleman
Really?
who wrote us a letter.
Why is his ass chapped?
Well, he's here to say it ain't about alcohol, bro. It's about something that you just don't have inside you.
Oh.
And we'll get into it just after 8 o'clock here in the break room on CMF, plus a whole bunch more. But first, Tommy.
Yeah.
Big event coming to Rochester.
What's going on?
Well, look, this does have the potential to be one of those things like 50 years from now where we're like, wow, we had this in Rochester?
Oh, really?
It also has the potential to never come back ever again because it goes out of business. We'll tell you what it is next here in the break room on CMF. At minimum, it's an opportunity for folks in the greater Rochester area to enjoy the fastest-growing sport in America.
Oh, this is great.
But this could also be an opportunity for some local athletes to hit the big time.
Oh, like cash out?
Look, we're one of just a handful of communities that are getting this next year. And, I mean, Tommy, this could be one of those things that 30, 40 years from now, we look back and go, wait a minute. Rochester was once a part of this?
Like if we kicked it off, maybe?
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF, just after 6:45 with the holiday season, gifts coming, all these things, right? You want to make sure that the stuff you buy stays in your possession, that you actually get it and you get to open it up before somebody swipes it from you.
Yeah, the bastards.
Yeah, thankfully. The Rochester Police Department has come out and given us tips on how to stay safe. But when you look at these tips on how to keep porch pirates from taking you down, it seems there's only one actual logical solution.
All right, okay.
And we'll get to it just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. Are you ready for this?
Yeah.
The inaugural season of the Pro Pickleball Association Tour Challenger Series will be in Rochester in late June.
So what does that all mean?
What do you mean? It's a Pro Pickleball Tour having a stop in Rochester.
So these are touring professionals like the PGA and
What
like
did I-
the tennis
Yes.
and all that stuff?
Yes.
Top players in the, I don't know if it's international or.
So these are professional. Are they professional pickleball players?
Yes,
Did you
there
not
are.
just hear what I said? They're coming to Rochester as
right.
part of the tour in June.
Have you ever caught it on TV?
Yes, I have.
I mean, they take it very seriously.
Well,
Well, I
pros.
knew they had like tennis guys. I thought it was a joke.
No.
Like Jimmy
No.
Connors playing or
Nope.
something.
No, there are straight up professional pickleball
Wow.
players. So it will be at Dickens Pickleball in June,
Where the hell is that?
next to Charles Pickleball. Thank you. They will have men's and women's singles along with mixed doubles and mixed singles. The tour is a 15-city tour to, quote, promote high-level and amateur pro pickleball. And folks on this tour
Yeah.
can earn a ticket to apparently a bigger tour, which is the Carvana PPA Tour. No, I didn't make that up. That's the name of the Pro Pickleball. So this sounds like maybe the minor leagues of Pro Pickleball.
Okay.
All right, so I'm a little confused.
Same, I'm too, but we'll work
Yeah, I
this
don't
out
know like
together.
the levels you
So-
have to achieve.
Can I try out for this as an amateur here?
Yes.
To move on?
Sounds like
I
it.
get the impression that, yes,
You'll
you
have
can
the chance to
participate.
compete.
You
All
got
right.
it. So it says in the story, along with pro picklers that will be coming to town,
So it's a pro-am.
there is an amateur bracket that folks from Rochester can also participate in. So, Kimmy, tell your dad.
No, nobody tell my dad.
I'm telling
Do
your
not,
dad.
Senior
do not
league,
let this
man.
man know this is happening.
Tell your dad.
Lee Trevino's still out there swinging away, man.
Kimmy has no idea who that is.
You know who Lee Trevino is?
Tennis player.
Oh, you
God.
said swing it away. It's golf. It's golf.
I thought
Look-
we were going pickleball.
This will be the biggest pickleball event that the greater Rochester area has ever seen. And that's a big deal here because
Oh, yeah.
pickleball has become huge, not only nationally, but it seems especially in Rochester.
So I thought they tried this years ago with racquetball, where they tried to make that a pro series.
Possible, but
I'm going back like many years.
Sure. I mean, every sport becomes
Tries
a
this.
pro. Well, okay, look, but some are successful. The NFL was once a barnstorming league,
Right.
right?
But
Well, no, I mean, it's true. All of these leagues once started like
you're never going to
this.
make any money.
I don't know.
How do you know?
You get a sponsor?
I mean, it's going to be like lacrosse players. I mean, they have day jobs.
Okay, so lacrosse players, yes, but there are, I mean, don't forget, Ultimate Fighting is only 35 years old,
Yeah.
30 years old, and those guys are millionaires.
A couple of them.
Some sports hit, some sports don't.
Some are disabled.
Is this going to be successful? 252 WCMF, 252-9263?
It's a fad.
It could be.
It is.
It could be. But it's also a little bit arrogant to say that there's nothing here.
Yeah.
But-
Especially when professional athletes are kind of getting into it. You know what I mean? I think that's a little different than maybe some other rec sports we've seen in the past.
So the only one I know that does this is that Gardner Minshew.
Yeah, the quarterback who is hurt for the Raiders right now.
Yeah. He, in the off season, he lives in Naples, Florida. He lives in a van parked out in front of the gym he works out in, and this is what he does all day.
Nothing weird about that.
Yeah.
Nothing strange that's going to come out without that
You
guy.
could be about Gardner Minshew playing naked.
He just bought stock in Girls Gone Wild. No, I mean,
Yeah.
Yes, if we're gonna
This is like for dreamers.
if
man.
we're gonna say odds, you're right.
Yeah.
20 years from now, we're gonna laugh at the idea of a pro pickleball tour, but it's not impossible for this to become something. Because let's not forget, as we talk about like the history of professional sports league,
Yeah.
the NBA Finals were played at the Rochester War
Yes.
Memorial in the 1950s, and they didn't sell the place out, and the
Right.
Celtics were in town.
I understand.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, there's a birth of something.
the Rochester Royals could have drafted Bill Russell.
Yeah.
Right? So, like, Nobody thought that was going to be a thing, and look where the NBA is now, right? So, yes, for every World Tennis Tour and racquetball professional and whatever other stupid sport they thought was going to take on, dodgeball, there are NBA, NHL, Major League Baseball, and the NFL.
But this sounds – it also sounds like an old person sport. It's for old farts to do. So
You'd be
I put this
surprised.
in there with, like, shuffleboard.
No.
Like, I don't see a lot of young people playing.
Oh, there's a lot of young people
Really?
playing.
Yeah,
Yep.
big time.
Yep.
Like,
I
what do
think
you
it's
mean young, like 15, 18-year-old
Yeah,
kids like that want to become
20s, 30s.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, look, man,
I thought it was old farts.
I don't
I
get
think
it
it
either.
maybe
I'm with you.
started that way as like more of like a leisure sport, and then I think it just grew, and like the more competitive it got, the more younger people got into it. I mean, there are those leagues, just like any other rec sport that you can pay to join, and sure we talk about fights that happen
like
at these things
Frisbee
all the time.
golf.
Well, I mean,
That's kind of what I'm putting this in with because like I know like when I watch TV and I see those pharmaceutical ads,
yeah.
and almost every one of them ends up with the couple playing pickleball. I'm going, yeah, it's for the silver set.
All right, the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. We are naive to this world, despite how popular it's gotten. None of us in this room play pickleball.
No,
right?
but we have a woman whose father is deep into it.
Because your dad tried to play in a pickleball tournament here and turned his ankle in warm-ups?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but he did enter.
Yeah.
So, like, if you are of this world, is there
Yeah.
a chance that this becomes legitimately successful? Again, we're talking about a pro pickleball tournament. The PPA Tour Challenger Series, one of 15 stops, will be in Rochester in late June. Dickens Pickleball in Rochester, men's and women's singles, along with mixed doubles and mixed singles. And not only are the pro picklers coming to town, there will be an amateur bracket. So, like, when it comes to the pro pickleballers coming to town, are there people that are, like, impressed by them?
How could you?
Well, no, I'm serious.
Oh, I mean, I told you, like, there are sometimes I go to my parents' house, my dad has this on TV, so he would know, like, if he recognized somebody that he saw playing in some of these national tournaments.
Like somebody that's famous just from pickleball.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder, like, in all seriousness, like, if I walk through the lobby of the Holiday Inn downtown, are there going to be people that are like, oh, my God, that's Jimmy Jackson,
Well,
pro pickleballer. Sign my paddle, Jimmy.
I hope not.
Well, no, I mean, but look,
That would be pretty sad.
monster truck drivers get that? The guy who
They
drives
get
the
it from, yes, they get them from 5-year-olds.
no, you dated a girl that was into regional wrestling in Florida.
Yeah, but she was a sad Southern girl.
Okay, maybe, but
Yeah, with a good heart.
wrestlers,
I don't know.
that used to be the same
I
kind of
know.
thing. By the way, Dan writes us on Twitter. He says, I think you mean Dinkers, not Dickens. I'm just going with what
All right.
News 8 said. It might be Dinker. I don't know.
Dinkers?
Who cares? Doesn't matter. I'm not going. If you want to go, you're probably going to Google it anyway. You're going to find
Yeah,
where
you
it
know
actually
where
is.
to go.
But look, I get there are folks in upstate New York
Yeah.
that will want to play in the amateur bracket.
Thinking that they could advance.
Or just for something to do. One of those
Sure.
two, right? But they also say in this story they will be selling grounds passes to watch the event for $15.
Ground passes.
Like a grounds pass you would buy to like the U.S. Open tennis
So
tournament.
it's basically just a ticket to walk around and watch.
How many $15 grounds passes do they sell to the PPA Rochester event?
Okay, with that are just going to watch. They don't have a family member doing
Yeah,
it.
they just want to go
You're
watch.
just a fan of watching pickleball.
Yeah.
If they sell 10.
No,
at the
they're
end-
selling. I'm
Because-
thinking like 200.
Two-
Like,
Because
200.
think about it. There are people that pay for pickleball lessons
No, but you're just
and
gonna
to
go
train as a pickleball player. Those people are going to pay $15 to go.
just watch.
I think so.
They ain't got no family in there.
I would. Put
They
the-
don't play.
I
I
would-
would walk around.
I thought 200 was a minimum. I mean, could they get 1,000 people?
I
At
hope.
$15 a head?
That is so sad.
All right, well, let's talk to some people who might know. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to Dan. Hey, Danny boy. How are you, buddy?
How's it going, boys?
Good, man.
Hey, one of the other things you guys forgot about league-wise is how about Frisbee golf?
Yeah, I don't think you're making the
Right?
point you think you're making there, Dan.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, wasn't there a tour with Frisbee golf, and how popular was that?
I
And
think-
you're saying that this might not become popular.
I can't
I
tell
think
if
they
we
should
did-
combine. I think they should combine both leagues, pickleball and Frisbee golf. That way, Pat's mom can play the basket and then receive all the pickles balls. Crickets.
Oh, there's some crickets.
Guys, have a good day.
Sorry, Dad. I stepped on your joke.
No,
there.
yeah, no. God forbid you didn't get
Baskets and pickles.
that. He didn't get that bomb off. Spitting fire this morning here into his phone.
Oh God.
Didn't we? Okay, I vaguely remember now that we're talking about frisbee golf. Don't we have a guy here in town who won like the national frisbee golf championship?
For whatever reason, our community is big into
Yes.
frisbee golf.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a niche thing. Niche, noosh, nosh.
But they have courses all over the country.
Yeah, but I'm saying like Rochester has
Yeah.
like 4 or 5 like high level courses.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Yes, Kimmy. But that's to Tommy's point. Like you
Who
could be the
cares?
best. Yeah. Disc golf player of the
Yeah,
world.
he could also be my State Farm agent.
So fun fact: LeBron James, Tom Brady, Kevin Durant, and Michael Phelps have all invested in pickleball.
So is Drew Brees.
There's a bunch of names here.
I caught one of those pro pickleball just to put it on ESPN
Yeah.
to see what it looked
Yeah.
like. And Drew Brees' team was playing some
Yeah.
other like billionaires team.
Yeah.
I mean, but again, Kimmy, this was like what was it? Pro team tennis. That was a tour in the 70s.
Yes.
That was the same kind
Yeah,
of thing.
Philadelphia Freedom was written about a team.
So yeah, that fell on its face.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. Like I have no interest in watching it.
I don't either. I can't imagine going just to watch. I don't even know anybody.
But part of me is kind of hoping this is successful because I think I would like to see a sports league become dominant in my lifetime.
Like a new sport.
Yeah, because like when I was a kid, I don't watch soccer. The MLS was supposed to be the next big thing. That didn't really do what it was supposed to do. I guess you can make an argument for UFC, but they still don't pull close to the numbers of any of the other sports leagues, right? Like you lived in a world where the NBA went from nothing to a juggernaut.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Kimmy and I don't have that. So it would be kind of cool to see like, hey,
The growth.
we were around. Like, there are
But you think like one of those European sports would catch on first, like rugby or cricket or something like that that's already established,
Yeah.
has stars, and has like a mechanism to sell it.
No, but if soccer didn't do it, why would cricket? Why would rugby?
Rugby might because it's violent.
No, I mean, bro, rugby
I mean,
has been.
It's
But
rough.
we already have something so similar
Yeah.
that maybe that's why.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. I do want. Are you somebody who, and I kind of feel this way to some extent. I'm almost afraid to try it because I don't want to like doing it. Because I know a lot of people, they just were like, yeah, we just tried. We figured we'd give it a try, and then they ended up being like, regular pickleball.
Pickle pricks.
Yeah.
Prickleball.
I'm kind of afraid because everybody I know that's tried it ends up loving it, and I don't even want to start.
No, look, I know I don't have the
Because
patience
you can
for
just
it.
go play tennis.
Well, but I don't
Yeah,
have the
but-
patience for tennis
yeah.
either.
But I'm saying if you were going to do it,
I know. Well,
it's more accessible.
well, no,
Is it?
Pickleball
Yeah.
seems like an easier thing
Yeah.
to pick up.
It seems like it's almost the same.
I got to
damn
invest in like a
sport.
racket and stuff.
My brother is that guy you're describing. My brother
Yeah,
Ryan
it's-
is now like a straight up.
Like you
hardcore
don't
pickleball.
just like casually do it. You're all of a sudden sucked into this
whoa,
world
whoa, whoa,
where
whoa.
you're a hardcore pickleballer.
Ryan plays.
Yeah, he's in a league with his buddy.
He's a little portly.
Oh,
Well,
he's in
he
shape.
didn't understand what it was. He thought he was going for something else at first.
Oh, he thought it was a side.
Burgers and pickles. Oh, all right, fine, I'll stay. No, he's got like a racket and he plays in a league with his buddy. I don't know how like serious.
I guess
he
you
takes
could
it.
get into shape running around. Do you run around a lot?
I've never played. I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I've never watched it. I just see it in ads.
Well, here, good news, $15. You
Yeah.
and I could go. Me, you and
Damn.
Kimmy watch
and
Kimmy's
cheer
dad.
him on.
If Kimmy's dad does this, I'm going.
Oh, if your old man
Oh,
was
I
playing,
feel like we'd all have to go.
no, I
I'd
would
have to
definitely
go.
go watch your old man play.
We should all grow mustaches in support of
Oh
it.
yeah.
All right, let's take a break.
All right.
Going from a future dominant sport to just trying to get by day to day.
Oh, what's that?
Well, look, you got to buy your holiday gifts coming up for your friends and
Yeah.
family, and it seems the easiest way to do it is just order something online and have it delivered to the house. But it's not easy like that anymore, Tommy.
No,
Because people want your stuff.
sure.
They're going to grab your stuff.
What do
That
I
is-
do?
Well, you got to protect yourself. And the RPD on News 8 last night gave us a bunch of tips to make sure you don't get ripped off.
All right.
And in these tips, it becomes very clear only one thing will keep you from getting ripped off.
Oh.
And we'll get into it next here in the break room on CM. It's a crime we're very familiar with in Rochester.
What's that, buddy?
It's also one that's bound to increase as we get closer to the holidays. Bottom line,
Yeah.
if you order a package, you'd like it to be on your step when you get home.
Right.
But these damn porch pirates.
Yeah.
Lucky for us, some local law enforcement folks here to help keep your packages safe. And all you need to do
What do I do?
to keep your packages safe is completely eliminate the convenience of at-home delivery.
Oh. Okay.
You hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 7 o'clock. A scream of joy broke out in the greater Rochester area about a year ago when we found out that this beloved restaurant, banquet hall, party house on the water in Greece was coming back.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Everybody was excited. If you had never been, you wanted to try it. If you had been, you had nothing but pleasant memories.
Mm-hmm.
There is a story this morning
Yeah.
that may throw a wrench in those
Oh,
plans.
no.
And I think it's time to ask a serious question.
Okay.
Is this place cursed? Because the same thing keeps happening over and over again, and it's inexplicable.
Yeah.
We'll get into it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. Story from News 8 last night. Rochester Police Department offers tips on avoiding porch pirates.
Okay.
And the pain in the ass that is coming home to find the package you ordered has been swiped. Now you got to deal with the
Right.
headache of getting it replaced. You got to call 311 and let them know so they're aware of where these packages are being taken. Tommy, before we get into what tips are recommended by the police department, if there was one move you could make that you believed would thwart these porch pirates, what would you do to guarantee your package doesn't get stolen?
Because I'm not home all day. Right?
No, I mean, there's a good 4 hours where you're out.
So let's say I work an 8-hour day.
Yeah,
And that thing's going to sit there for, let's say, 5 or 6 hours.
Yeah.
sure.
But what can I do to keep safe that thing's sitting on my porch?
What are you doing?
Nothing.
What-
There's nothing you can do.
So you've already quit?
Unless you could tell them to, like, put it in
Leave
the
it
back
around
of your house.
the side
Okay.
of your house.
Because
or
they
something.
sometimes they give you that option where you want
Yeah.
it left.
You like in the back?
Well, who doesn't want it in the back?
Okay.
It's safer back there.
So that is one
Tight.
of the that is one of the tips that the RPD gives in this story last night.
Or the fence.
Is to give instructions to the person
Yeah.
where to put it. They suggest either getting like a box next to your front door for them to just simply open it up and
Yeah,
put
then
it
they'll
in.
steal the box.
Well, they say
Yeah.
that most of these porch pirate crimes are crime of opportunity. So if they see the package on your front step, these porch pirates will run up and grab it. Something as simple as having something to cover the package,
All right.
they keep them from taking it. They also suggest requiring a signature for pickup, and that's where this starts to become
Then you'll
a
never
problem.
get your stuff.
Yeah.
Exactly. Because the great part of home delivery is I don't have to worry about my schedule.
Right.
Standing in line
Yeah.
to
Going down
figure
to
this stuff out
UPS.
this time of year.
And we just take a slow descent into this becoming so much more harder because the final tip they offer
What
last
is?
night on News 8 is to use what's called an Amazon delivery location. Are you aware of this?
So I go to a off-site area where they have the stuff.
It's a secure box at an off-site spot. They're all together.
But that kind of now I got to get out of my house.
Bingo.
I don't want to do that either.
So if you use these, and 252 WCMF, if anyone's used them, because these sound interesting, they give you a code, and your package is locked in like a locker.
Okay, you go down here
Yeah,
and pop it
pop,
open.
boop, pop, 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 and it's there,
All
and you take it home and go home. But you're right. Now I'm making.
Yeah, I'm not doing that, man. I might as well just go to the store and buy it.
Well, I guess the idea is you already have the package. You don't have to wait in line. You don't have to
Yeah,
actually
yeah.
shop,
All right.
right?
Yeah.
But it kind of adds a step that I don't want.
Oh, it definitely adds a step.
Yeah.
Yeah, I ain't it.
And to your point, like with the whole signature, with the off-site box, as you go down these list of tips,
Yeah.
one thing becomes very apparent.
What's that?
There is nothing you can do to get the packages the way we've always gotten them and guarantee they'll stay
So
safe.
it's a just say no.
Yes. It's almost like they're telling you you're taking a risk by letting delivery drivers leave something on your front step.
And I
Yeah.
guess that's what you pay for the convenience, right? There's a risk. I'm fine with it. I think most people are. I don't see many people
No, you're right.
avoiding it. I mean, we got people in our neighborhood that have like stacks of this stuff right down in front of their house.
I also think most people believe it'll never happen in their
Yeah,
neighborhood.
I think so too.
Right? Until all of a sudden it happens and yo,
But I'm saying, like, you could go around my neighborhood and see like a bunch of it. And I pick the stuff up, I rattle it. It sounds like good stuff in there.
No, but I mean that's Pittsford arrogance.
Yeah.
That is Pittsford arrogance, which is funny because like if I'm a criminal, I want to go to the place that has the nicest stuff.
True.
Which you're not worried about getting stolen. That's why every once in a while, every couple weeks, we see, 5 Mercedes stolen out of a neighborhood
Yeah.
because they left their keys unlocked
Yeah.
and parked it out in the street. You know what I mean?
I know.
I guess the other thing you could do is, especially in your neighborhood, because you got a lot of older people that are home all
Oh
day,
yeah.
is ask a neighbor to keep an eye on it for you or grab the package when it comes, because I do know people who ask that of their neighbors.
That sucks. Now I got to get my ass
Well,
up.
it's kind of like,
schlep
hey,
through
I'll
the
do
snow to
this
get
for
your
you if you
crap.
do this for me when
But
I
then I
need
got to
it.
hold on to it,
Yeah.
wait for you to come home.
Yep.
Then you're going to be banging on my
No.
door when I'm trying to watch Jeopardy.
You've entered a sacred covenant
Yeah.
when you ask that, because
Yeah.
you have to do it for them.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm not popping that one.
And here's the other thing, too,
What?
right? 252 WCMF, 252-9263, talking about these tips that the RPD is giving to make sure you're not a victim of a porch pirate. By the way, if we're missing something, 252 WCMF, 252-9263, what are people doing to ensure that nothing gets taken off their front step? If you enter into that whole deal with a neighbor,
Yeah.
not only do I have to go over and grab it from you,
Yeah.
I have to do all that stuff. When they come over to drop it off, you are obligated to have a minimum 3-minute
And
conversation.
you got to thank them.
Yeah.
Yep.
And you might have to tighten them up with something.
Well, if you're doing it for them, it's even.
Yeah.
All right. But let's say you don't get that much and they get a ton. You're going to have to
Hey, you should have thought about that before you agreed, buddy. I just don't want to have a 3-minute conversation.
No.
Hey, yeah, no, wife's doing good. Yeah, work's fine. Oh, wow, Gophers.
I would say this. If, let's say, 10% of all your packages that get delivered get stolen.
10%?
10%. Hold on. Is that an acceptable loss
No.
ratio
No.
to not involve anything but just keep the status quo?
No, I think 10% is way higher than you think.
I think it only has to
It's
happen to you
10%.
once.
I know how high it is. It's 10% of 100.
You absolutely get.
I get 90% of my stuff.
I understand what a percentage is. What I'm explaining
You
to you
asked
is,
me. I
no,
already said it.
Here's what I'm explaining.
What?
You are not fully wrapping your head around how many packages you get, because you absolutely get over 100 packages a year,
All right. I understand that.
without question. So that would mean 10 times you ordered something, you didn't get it.
But I would be pissed. But that's enough for me not to switch out.
I don't think if you had 10 things a year taken off your porch, you would
Bro,
feel
I
the
probably
same.
get ripped off every day when I'm buying crap.
Man,
Don't stop me.
Dude, the billionaires coming after you, man. Why not order from Jeff Bezos? Make it right. No, like
I'm taking the 10%.
10% is way too high.
And
Yeah.
I guarantee you, most people would not switch if they got ripped off 10% because it's so easy to do now.
I think it's less about losing the item. And losing the item sucks because then you have to reach out to Amazon or whatever place, get it replaced, figure it out, refund.
Yeah.
I think it's more about the feeling of being violated, that this crime happened literally on your front step.
But I don't mind being violated 10%.
No, I don't know. I think it would. Let's say it happened to you twice. You think you're still gonna roll the
Yeah.
dice every time after
Because
that?
it's too damn easy.
It's so funny how he sits here in his
I
leather
know.
You
chair.
all act like I'm not gonna
I
get ripped off.
think
You
I
all
would
sign
switch
up
it
for the
up
same
if I
crap
was
do.
if I was worried every time a package showed up at my door.
Think about the anxiety if you ordered something you really wanted that it would
Yeah.
show up. Because you order weird ass stuff that can't
Yeah.
be replaced. Italian socks.
Like you
You think Giuseppe's going to be like, oh, yeah, I sent you new socks. No, he's not going to do that.
and you waited like a month to get them.
Yeah, it
on
took a
top
while.
of that,
Did you get your socks yet?
I did. I haven't gotten my Italian driving gloves yet.
You're kidding me.
don't you already have driving gloves?
No.
We've.
No.
Then what do you call the gloves you have?
They're just regular dress gloves.
You drive a sedan. What do you need driving
Well, they're
gloves for?
because you could navigate the things on your dashboard because they're thin. You know what I mean? Like with gloves, you got to take them off to do stuff. These you could do things without, like you could touch your phone and everything.
You drive a Nissan. What are you doing?
Like this. Basically, I got them to piss you off.
252 WCM, it's working.
Let you
252-9263.
see them.
The one tip that didn't show up from this list from RPD to protect your packages from
What's
porch
that?
pirates? Security cameras.
But that doesn't stop anyone.
yeah.
No, but it did not. That's what I'm saying. It did
Yeah.
not show up on the list. Like
Yeah.
even the
Yeah.
cops now aren't even pretending like the
Yeah.
security cameras do anything. Although it is funny on the story last night on News 8, there is a montage of local people's Ring cameras, people
They're
stealing
just
stuff.
ripping them off.
So you get a great shot for the news
Yes.
for when they need to illustrate what's
Right,
happening. But yeah,
right.
I mean, even the cops aren't pretending like the cameras do anything
Right.
anymore.
Yeah.
You just get footage of
And
someone.
they don't deter anything.
No, I mean sometimes you see that people taking packages look right into the camera and walk away.
I just use my camera now to see if the thing showed up. Oh, it's here. Good.
Yeah.
I'll get it when I get home.
One of the funniest stories we've had in the last year,
Mm.
remember, there was I believe it was a woman who was missing a hand,
Yes.
who was
Wait, they
caught.
stole her hand?
She was
She didn't even feel it?
she was missing a hand and porch pirated and they had her on video. And like that stands out. You're missing a hand.
Yeah.
That woman is yet to be arrested for that crime.
As far as we know.
Was the one-handed woman. And she's still on the run. So like if someone missing
Worst Eagles tune of all time.
how's that go?
Ooh, one-handed woman.
Yeah, so I just find it funny
Yeah.
when it's your wife's money You're fine.
I know.
You're fine with it.
10%, man.
Because if this was Webster, back when you were living by yourself with empty rooms in your house, if one of your packages got stolen, you'd be flipping the
Well,
F
because
out.
it would have been one of my creepy ass neighbors.
What are you talking about?
What?
I had some creepy neighbors, bro.
Bro,
What
you were the creepy neighbor.
are you talking about?
You had buddies running over mailboxes and doing burnouts after parties. You were cursing while drunk at the Christian neighbors that
They
you
were
had.
so sweet.
You just
But
had
I wasn't cursing at them.
you just had a cavalcade of skanks, both that you were with, I was with, other friends were with, just running through that house.
Yeah,
The
yeah.
stains on that driveway and those sheets. Yeah, those creepy neighbors you had. All right, let's take a break. This is devastating.
Oh.
Legitimately devastating. Because we know how powerful nostalgia is.
Yeah.
And what was interesting about this is this wasn't like imagined nostalgia. This place is legitimately great. And we were going to get it back the way we had always known it.
This is great.
The opportunity to go back and have a meal at one of the best places you ever did as your childhood,
Yeah.
to share that with the next generation. Just a great place to be in a fantastic location. And then we get news yesterday
Oh, no.
that dream could be dead once again.
Why?
Don't be a dick. I'm really upset about this.
I can see your pain, man. I may have it too.
Oh, I'm sorry. Maybe it's just like born and
Ooh.
bred Rochesterians like Kimmy and I that are bothered by this.
Bro,
Florida man.
And
I've
you
been here
raved about
30
this
years.
place,
Yeah.
too.
31 years.
And it's
I said you liked this place, too, from what you've said.
All right.
and by the way, the second you got here, everything went to hell. Kodak went out of business. Xerox went out of business. Bills went into a playoff drought.
Tommy cursed Rochester.
100%. But as we say the word cursed, it's something we have to explore here because this isn't the only time something like this has happened to this exact spot.
Oh.
What the hell
Yeah.
about this restaurant
Oh, no.
leads to criminals, allegedly,
Mm.
being involved? And we'll get into it next here in the break room. Let's see that. We should have known.
What happened?
We've gotten our hopes up over and over again.
Damn it.
Only to have our hearts broken.
Mm.
Because this place is more than just a delicious restaurant and a great bar. It's a part of the fabric of Rochester. Has been for a century.
Unique place.
But for whatever reason, it feels like there is a curse hanging over this beachside paradise that will keep it from opening ever again.
Oh, dear.
Okay, don't be a dick. This is seriously, I'm
come
really
on.
sad about this.
Yeah.
By the way,
disappointing.
I'm one guy. I actually drank there all the time.
So did I. Well, I drank, but I ate there.
All right.
You hanging out in the break room?
Wait, man, your parents couldn't afford this place.
My grandparents could. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 7:25, 7:30. You know, there's this idea that to get away with a big crime, you need plan, stealth, right? Cunning. Turns out that's not the case.
No.
Because what went missing in Henrietta and is still missing, maybe it just takes giant balls.
All right.
When you hear,
He just takes it.
bro, the balls on this guy
Yeah.
for taking.
Or gal.
Oh, you're right.
But we
Kimmy.
don't even know
We
who
don't
took
know.
it.
No, it's
Oh.
still out there. The person's still on the loose. We'll get to the story just after 7:30 here in the break room on CMF. Last year, all lifelong Rochester residents got news that put a massive smile on all of our faces.
What's going on?
The old Crescent Beach.
Oh, yeah, I got something booked there next month.
Yeah, every show ever. Oh, it turns out it's canceled. The old Crescent Beach, which had been closed since 2013, was going to open once again.
Yeah,
And
she was dumping a lot of money into the joint.
But yeah, Tommy, and it was, she's dumping money into the joint to bring it back the way that it was. It wasn't just opening, it was going to be returned to its full nostalgic glory. That classic sign was going to be restored the way that it was. They were going to do the brunches they were famous for. The bar was going to get redone.
But she was doing
We
like
knew
a
it was gonna take a
spa,
lot.
like
Yeah.
Yeah, she had all kind of dreams for it.
Catherine Mott Formicola, a woman who owns other restaurants in the area, she was the one that was going to bring it back.
Yeah.
And we found out, like we said, not only would it be like we remembered, but better. And if you lived in Rochester for 20, 30, 40 years, you know all about the glory of the Crescent Beach.
It was the nicest joint on the west side. Hands down.
Fair statement.
Oh, yeah.
Right on the water?
Unique. Yeah, right on
When
the
you
lake.
sat there, you didn't even feel like you were eating on the west side. Like all your cares went away. Your
Were you-
loud kids.
Were you going there when you were living down in Cornhill in your apartment where it almost got set on fire because someone put a cheese sandwich on a hot plate?
Possibly.
When you drunkenly backed into the building and just walked away?
Yes.
I'm sorry, what were you saying about class? The brunches, Kimmy, were amazing.
Yeah.
The dinner you shared with your parents or grandparents.
Oh, yeah, Mother's Day.
It was always a
Father's Day.
big to do, like
Yeah.
a big family thing. You didn't, I mean, that's how I remember it as a kid.
They had that old school bar.
Great. And now we were going to get to have a chance to not only go back to it, but share it with our own kids.
Yeah.
Then the problem started. Last fall, the owner, Mott Formicola, was charged with financial crimes. And long story short, her banks accused her of writing checks with no money, or excuse me, well, yes, writing checks with money she didn't have by moving chunks of cash from account to account to cover the balances. It's known as check kiting.
Yeah.
The scheme led to, according to 13 Wham,
What is it?
a loss from the banks of almost $19 million.
19?
19, which I guess they're going to notice. Like
Yeah.
I would overdraw $12. They would hit me with a $30 fee.
Wow.
$19 million. Whew.
Yeah, it's a little bit.
By the way, do you think that's still one $30 overdraw fee, or do they get you
Oh,
for
yeah.
more? All right. So at the time, the owner said it was a big misunderstanding and she would clear the whole thing
Okay,
up.
all right.
And further, she said the Crescent Beach would still open as planned.
All right.
Everything was still on schedule.
Keep the
Yes.
plan.
Yeah.
Good. Well, yesterday,
What happened?
Catherine Mott Formicola pleaded guilty to fraud and money laundering. She has a sentencing scheduled for May 1st of next year. And the guilty plea that she agreed to carries a maximum prison sentence of 30 years.
But with the terms with the prison, she gets to do all the catering. It's going to be phenomenal.
So
30 years.
Yeah.
Well, okay, look, that's what she could get.
Right,
She's not
Probably
going to get
won't.
30 yet.
Yeah.
But the fact that she even has the potential to do prison probably
Yeah.
means that there's no more Crescent Beach, right?
I would think.
Probably not.
I don't know who's taking that over.
Phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. This is super depressing. I am very depressed. And it's extra depressing that it happens this time of year because Crescent Beach was famous not only for its Christmas parties, its holiday parties, but the holiday lights display that they would put up.
Sure.
And, I mean, it would be impossible with all of this going on that the doors are going to open again.
No.
Right? It's over? Okay.
I can't imagine who would have the money to dump into that place
Right.
to make it work. Like
And-
how many? Let's say that place costs $20 million to build.
Yeah. It would almost be like you would need an extra $19 million that you didn't have to get it done.
Just on the side. Like,
Right?
how much Clams Casino in Manhattan do you have to sell to get your money back? out of
And
that
I'm
place?
guessing if anybody came in and let's say they had the
Yeah.
cash to make it work, wouldn't you look at the history of the place and be like, I don't think I'm touching that.
Well, let's talk about that. And that's
Yeah.
where the story gets strange. So this
All right.
woman pleads guilty to fraud and money laundering
Yeah.
and all this stuff. And you go, oh, man, what are the odds? Okay. This is just one case
Yeah.
of a business person pleading guilty to a crime involving the Crescent Beach, because the Crescent Beach has a weird history of the people owning it getting in trouble. In 2010, the restaurant was briefly closed for non-payment of taxes. It was then closed again for the winter in 2012, never opened its doors
Yeah.
again. That buried it. They were going to reopen under another name, but that was shut down when inspectors found illegal construction work going on without a permit.
Yeah, okay.
You want to talk about West Side? An investigation after that found several other violations. That shut that down. Investors from Canada purchased the property in 2013 with plans to open their own Italian restaurant. But that was plagued by delays, more code violation, and then they got in trouble with liens for unpaid work on the property. And
So
that
people didn't get paid.
exactly. And that was the end of that
All right.
until the most recent purchase. So from 2013 until 2024, 11 years.
Yeah.
There have been 4 different cases involving people doing allegedly illegal things
Yes.
that were trying to reopen the Crescent Beach. Is the Crescent Beach cursed? Crescent Beach cursed.
All right.
Kind
Maybe
of feels
so.
like it.
Why does it keep
But
happening?
at one time, it was one of the hot spots in town.
Remind me again, why did it shut down in the first place?
It just-
business,
tax
or was
issues.
it?
Well, one of
okay.
the problems was, too, is that the audience died out. It was an older joint where, like, younger people weren't going to.
Okay, that's what I was. I mean, I was wondering, like, was the business itself failing?
It was an old. It was like known as an old farce joint.
Yes.
So you weren't going there.
Well, but okay, I'm the wrong guy to ask because the brunch, I'll go anywhere with good brunch.
They had some of the best Clams Casino I've ever eaten.
Yeah, I bet.
What do you mean?
Nothing.
You don't like Clams Casino?
I don't actually.
You don't even know what it is.
I know what Clams
No, you-
Casino is. Sure, it is.
It's what do you think? It's a James Bond movie?
I know. Why do you
So
think?
you like clams, do you?
I love how you like. By the way, Clams Casino isn't even all that high-end edition. You're like trying to play it
It's
off.
got casino
and
in
you're
it.
shagging. You don't even know Clam. You don't even get Big Macs with sauce, bro. You ain't classy enough for that. 252 WCMF 252-9263. Again, the woman who bought.
Very disappointing.
Yeah, the Crescent Beach Hotel
Yeah.
Restaurant was going to bring it back to its former glory, accused of a $19 million check kiting scheme fraud. She has pleaded guilty to crime. She's facing up to 30 years in prison when she's sentenced in May, but it has to mean that the Crescent Beach is not opening again. So here's what's strange.
What?
Now, granted, it closes in 2013 because, like you said, they weren't making money,
Right.
and it had this reputation of being an old farce
Yeah.
place.
It hadn't been updated in years.
But right now,
Yeah.
it seems like a place people want to be.
Mhm.
It's prime real estate.
Mhm.
The memories help.
You're on the water. It's beautiful.
Everyone that is gone in the past was going to go check it out at least once.
Yeah.
And the most important thing, that whole vintage restaurant bar vibe
Yeah.
is very trendy right now.
People are making new places look old.
We just talked about it 2 weeks
Yeah.
ago. There's a steakhouse that opened in downtown Rochester that you can't get a reservation for months, and it looks like it was built in the 40s and
The old
50s.
school, yeah.
Exactly. Right? Those places are opening and doing well. Why? What the hell about the Crescent Beach this keeps
I
happening?
don't know.
Somebody tell me. 252 WCMF.
One of the other problems with a place like that, it's so isolated. There's nothing else around it.
Well, it's like kind of in a neighborhood, really.
But-
I mean, it's right on Edgemere.
But
right?
there's like no other things around there you would be doing. Like you go there for that. There's nothing else there.
Yeah.
But that's most restaurants. I mean, if
No,
I'm
most
going to a
restaurants are like-
restaurant, that's what I'm doing that
Now
night.
listen to
right?
old school Tommy. You grab a nickel, you take the trolley down to Battery
I mean, if
Park,
you
you
go
go
to-
see a movie, have a meal, then you got enough left
Yes.
over for a steak and kidney pie
I mean,
after.
are
When
you
America
walking
was
around
America.
after every?
No, but you don't.
Meal you
But
had?
there's no other reason to go down there.
Okay, like
Well,
So
okay,
you
but
don't
you don't
have.
live
You're not
there.
in a mall. You're not in a strip mall. You're in the middle of nowhere.
Why
You
would you want to
hate-
walk around a strip mall?
you hate all of that. When you go out,
Yeah.
you go to where you're going and you go home. That's
Yeah.
most people.
Yeah.
Well, then why do they put them in malls? Why do they put them in strip malls?
Because what are you going to do? Build
It's a
your own
draw.
freestand, or you don't want to build your own freestanding restaurant because that's more expensive?
And that's why this thing is stuck there.
But it already exists.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you gotta, you gotta like put all your money in.
I understand. I just.
I don't think you
But
could,
it's-
I don't think you could ever make money in that place, even if it was a success. The amount of money you would have to make to
It's-
pay your nut off.
But
It's
that-
in. Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, money wise, yes, but I don't. I mean, it's in Greece. It's in the largest suburb
They
in
don't
Rochester.
eat, they don't spend.
Greece
Yes.
don't spend. Go
They
to
don't.
Red some night, bro. Bro, the line's out the effing door.
Yeah, and you know what? He's missing sugar bowls. He's missing cutlery.
Yo, why do you think he's walking around talking to everybody all the time?
He's missing 5 Sinatra paintings he's put up there. I want to know how much sugar he gets ripped off and how many sugar holders and salt and pepper shakers he's got to replace.
I love how you said grease don't spend. If you drive down Ridge Road on a Thursday, Friday, Saturday, or Sunday, every parking lot for every restaurant is jam-packed
But
full
they're
of people.
chinsers, man.
My
They're not-
ass. You don't
They're
know.
not going out. They ain't paying for Clams Casino.
What is with you thinking Clams Casino is? You don't think they're buying Clams Casino at the Italian restaurant?
I don't. It's tough.
Okay.
Man. It's a tough sell with these.
I
people.
also love, too, you can't build a freestanding building and make money. So, as we go to Reds, a freestanding building.
Inside a mall.
Yeah, where? There's nothing there.
There's shopping centers all over there.
Oh, yeah, I'm going to go take a walk in Walmart after I'm done.
There's a golf course. There's action. There's
No,
traffic.
it's a country club with a restaurant in it.
But there's no traffic.
You're so dumb. Why
Out
you
there
so
with
dumb?
like berries.
Wait, what?
Berries Crescent Beach.
Oh, I thought you were saying where they like you were making a tangent. Where they bury them.
no,
Which
no,
side of
buried,
burying 'em?
not buried.
I mean, look, if it ain't a curse on the Crescent
Yeah.
Beach, explain what's been happening. I mean, you could argue that the Crescent Beach is the most missed restaurant in the greater Rochester area. Like, if you did a power ranking of restaurants that once existed
Oh yeah.
that you would want to go back to again, Crescent Beach is up there. I think Mario's Via Bruzzi is up there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love that place.
Just
Oh,
the
sure.
uniqueness of those places.
Tokyo Restaurant, remember on West Henrietta Road?
Oh yeah, the steakhouse.
Is there anything else you guys can think of that disappeared that you'd love one more meal? Like a
Spaghetti Warehouse.
Okay, but that wasn't a Rochester
I know.
restaurant.
Yeah, that was a chain.
And you were like 7.
I liked it though.
Yeah, you like.
I would like to go walk around it one more time.
Did you hear it too? She became 7. I liked it. I like
I guess
spaghetti.
spaghettis.
Can I
Who
get
doesn't want
biscotti?
a warehouse of spaghetti?
No, I was great, but it was at Rochester. Like outside of Mario's, Tokyo, and the Crescent Beach, can you think of another restaurant that you would rather have open that closed from back in the day?
I mean, there was a couple that closed, like the Glen Edith was a great joint on the water, and the other one was the Newport House on the east side.
Okay, I've never been to either of those, but
because
knowing
they're fancy.
no,
on the
but
water.
knowing like hearing you say it and knowing you went
But
there.
you never went to the Newport House?
Where's the
No.
Newport House?
It was right by the bridge on the Irondequoit.
Oh, that's how you knew it was good. Is because it was right by the bridge.
Well, you couldn't go.
No, I love you. You know, you gotta have a inside a shopping mall. No, where I go get my fancy food down by the bridge.
Yes, but it was on the water. It was
I
nice.
don't never want to
How
feed.
And then there was the Water's Edge too. There was like
I remember the Water's Edge.
So there was 3 really nice restaurants on Irondequoit Bay that went out of business within 10 years.
Is that just because it was more of a seasonal place to
Yeah.
go, maybe?
But
I guess-
most of them stayed open year
Yeah.
round. But people didn't go after a while.
I mean, that is what's funny about Rochester too. You will drive down to the coldest, windiest, nastiest place in the community if the food's good. Like
Yeah.
what we are willing to do to go get good food is.
So there's like a couple left. There's that joint Castaways on the water that's really good.
Yep.
And then there's Hedges. And that's like the only 2 left that are on the lake.
Okay, by the way, do you go to any place that doesn't have one name that tries to sound fancy? Where you going? Castaways, Hedges, the Glen Edith is 3, but it still kind of sounds douchey. What was the Glen Edith?
So the Glen Edith was on.
Don't care.
It was a really high-end like bar restaurant, but it was old school steakhouse.
Oh wow.
It was delicious.
The fact that you went lets me know that it wasn't that high.
Bro,
end.
it was super high-end, and
Maybe-
they poured you really good old school drinks.
But maybe that's part of the problem. All these places were too high end. You only need like one high end place on the water. Everything, you can make it a little more casual, a little bit more appealing to the average person.
I
right?
get where you're coming from with like that east side stuff. I think that's what made Crescent Beach so good is because it was high end, but it wasn't like unattainable
Yeah.
high
Yeah.
end. Do you
Yeah.
get what I mean?
Right, that's what I mean.
Good point. Yeah, okay, I'm sorry. I thought that's what you meant. Is like,
No,
it was
I'm
too
saying
nice.
like the places you're naming, like it seems like maybe there were just too many of the same type of
Probably.
places.
Like there was another one called Grinnell's.
Oh yeah.
It was on Monroe, and that was a great steakhouse. But they retired. They just closed the joint.
252 WCMF again, as we're talking about how the new owner of the Crescent Beach, after being accused of a $19 million check kiting scheme, has pleaded guilty to fraud and money laundering. She is facing 30 years in prison for her sentencing on May 1st. It looks as if the Crescent Beach, which we all got excited to be opening again,
Yeah.
can't imagine it's going to open unless somebody sweeps in and buys this out from under her. Kimmy, what do you got over there?
Well, we did get a couple tweets, and somebody also called with this, but they think it's cursed because somebody died in the fire back in the day.
Yeah, but didn't it kind of keep going for like 30 years after the fire, 40 years? It got better after the fire. It caught fire in the 1970s, yeah.
Oh, everything caught fire in the 70s.
What a stupid thing
You know how
to
many
say.
massive fires we had in the 70s?
You could argue its glory years, not to downplay somebody
Yeah.
dying in a fire,
All
but
right.
you could argue the glory years were the 80s and 90s, right? Like that's when it was the most packed.
Yeah, probably.
We were asking about other restaurants that you wish you could
Mm-hmm.
have one more meal in. Paul writes us he misses Bosdike's. Do you remember Bosdike's?
No.
It was in Gates.
Oh.
On
What was it again?
Lyle Ave. It was in the vein of a party house, like
All right.
real old school, like 70s, 80s kind of food. I love Bosdike's.
All right. Yeah, most of the party houses are gone. Here.
Yeah, I know we've talked about this before, but if I could have like one Rochester wish, it would be one more party house night.
Oh.
We had a meal, that really pasta.
It's the Diplomat.
Yeah, oh God.
That was the number one joint for food.
Well, let's not discount the party house near the
I
airport.
mean, they were all good, but the Diplomat had it all. Everything you were looking for in a party house, they had.
The amount of times I accidentally met former middleweight champion Carmen Basilio at
Oh,
the
yeah.
Diplomat. I mean, that's what you just
Yeah.
went in. Like, oh, that guy won a
Yeah.
championship belt. There he is. Hey, smacks you in the face.
Do you think
really bad.
if somebody opened, like if there was a party house today, like would that do well? Or
Oh, yeah.
would that not quite have the same draw for younger people?
If you did it right.
Okay, but what's doing it right?
Yeah.
Well, you got to make it appealing to a younger person.
Well, then it's not a party house
Yeah.
anymore.
It is, but you
right.
just got
You'd have to change it too much.
You'd have
I
to
think.
modernize.
No,
because it
I-
had even the Burgundy Basin, which was kind of modern. They kind of let that thing go.
Okay, but that's what I mean, though. Like, I think we're having two different nostalgic trips
Yeah.
here. Because the only reason I want to go back to these party houses, I want to walk into a place with wood paneling and formica.
Yeah.
I want there to be like weird shapes of glass on the bar.
Oh, well, you're saying people want that again.
I want my bartender to be a 60-year-old woman with like sprayed hair up to here, wearing a bow tie.
We still got them. Buds.
The cummerbund is not covering any of the sins, but
Oh,
she's
yeah.
wearing it for some reason anyway.
I think that would work. You're saying people want that stuff.
Well, no, I think people want the classy Mad Men version of that. They don't want the actual version of what it was. Because like that bar they just opened up, the steakhouse that we talked about last week, doesn't look anything like that.
Oh,
They're like classy people.
all right.
With all due respect to the 60-year-old women that were cursing at me for trying to order alcohol underage. Get the hells out of my face. I knows yous kids. I knows yous kids. Let's take a break.
All right.
Oh, my God.
What happened?
Oh, my God.
What?
The man that owns this business is crapping his pants.
Oh,
Because if they can't find this, it's a loss of tens of thousands of
that
dollars.
a poor guy.
And he can be forgiven for being shocked. Because, Tommy, we like to think that being able to pull off a crime involves cunning,
Oh, yeah.
being sneaky,
Mhm.
having a great plan.
Yeah.
But this story might be proof that all it may take to get away with a fortune is just having the balls to try it.
Act like you're supposed to be here.
We'll get into the story. What went missing from Jefferson Road in Henrietta?
On the Jeff?
The whole Shake Shack.
Oh, wow.
No, we'll tell you what it is next here in the break room on CMF. The most important part of committing a crime, Tommy.
Well, getting away with it.
Stealth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pull it off.
Yeah. Wrong, bitch.
Hmm.
This story tells us maybe it's balls.
Oh.
That's what helps you get away with it. Because it would take balls to try and pull off what these criminals accomplished. And the craziest part is they did it successfully.
All right.
They were so brash that something that seemed impossible to take.
Yeah.
Authorities are now trying to locate somewhere in the greater Rochester area. And when you find out what it is, oh my God.
Wow.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 7:45. Just when you thought this NFL season could not get any better, there is a new documentary coming to Netflix in 2 weeks.
Oh.
And it involves the story of a man.
Interesting time to release.
Seems like it was self-produced.
Uh-huh.
The story of a man who was misunderstood.
Oh.
Who was going through struggles under the brightest, hottest lights possible. And his success and accomplishment and follow-through. Except the problem is, I don't think he anticipated the season going the way it did, releasing it now.
So he made this?
Sure seems like it.
Okay.
We'll get into it just after 7:45 here in the break room on CMF. The story comes to us from Henrietta.
What happened?
Story on 13 Wham. It says that over the weekend, a local property service company delivered a 30,000-pound wheel loader to the Commons Shopping Plaza on Jefferson Road.
What the hell's a wheel loader?
You've seen these. They're the massive yellow tractor-trailer-looking things with the giant scoop plow on the front of them.
Okay.
And they use them to move snow and salt around parking
Oh,
lots.
so this is a big piece of heavy equipment.
Yeah.
You got it, yeah. So they dropped it off Saturday, and then on Sunday afternoon, they sent someone back to check on it to get it ready to get the snow out of the parking lot. And when that employee got there, the 30,000-pound wheel loader was gone.
So somebody just drove off with this big piece of heavy equipment.
Somehow they got
But you would see it on
it moving.
Between 10 a.m. on Saturday and 2:30 p.m. on Sunday, somebody stole it.
Drove it.
They stole it. And it sounds like someone just got in the thing and drove it down Jefferson Road.
But you can't hide it.
Okay.
But maybe that's part of the brilliance of it, because if you saw that making its way down the road,
just
you probably you're not calling the cops, right?
I mean, she's right. You would be pissed that you're stuck behind this slow thing. You would want to get a look at who's driving it because you're interested in that stuff.
Yeah.
You'd be jealous of that guy. But the last thought in your mind, no matter the time of day, would be somebody stole that.
Yeah.
I can't imagine the value of that thing.
Oh, I have it right here. You ready? $55,000.
That's low. I thought it'd be more than that.
Well, maybe it's not a high-end model. Maybe they chinsed out.
Damn. I guess so. But okay, so they don't have cameras. Is this thing slowly going down the jet?
So they do say they have surveillance videos that they're not releasing to the public right now. But the way that the owner is talking, by the way, the owner says that if they don't get this back, it's a total loss for the company. They're out $55,000. And he was on the news last night begging people for any information to get back his $55,000 machine. So here's the thing.
Yeah.
We did learn last year that some of these heavy machines on construction sites, they leave the keys in for workers to use when they
because
get
guys
there.
are in and out,
And we've heard reports of smaller machines ripped off, but they get backed onto trailers and then people drive away.
Yeah.
It doesn't sound like this was on a trailer. Again, it sounds like somebody got in and drove it away. This is obviously a crime, and you feel really bad for this company. But you have to admit, this is pretty impressive.
Oh, yeah.
Pretty impressive theft. The balls.
Yeah. Because it doesn't look like you're stealing anything.
Could you imagine the anxiety of slowly driving this thing down the road to wherever they took it? Because you're only doing 15 miles an hour, right?
Yeah, you're creeping.
And where the hell could you take it? In the middle of one of the busiest areas in our community, fast enough where eventually someone didn't have any questions. Because all it would take would be someone in the parking lot to go, wait a minute, that's not there anymore.
So you had to do it overnight.
Maybe?
And head to the country somewhere where you can stash it.
All right, we are open to all theories. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. How the hell do you get this thing away from where it is without being caught?
Because where would you put it to hide it?
That's what I'm asking.
It either had to be out in the country, or you would have to have a big building to park it in, like a shed.
But how do you get it out in the country? Because okay, let's think about the spot here, right? So Henrietta does back up to some country areas.
Right.
But it's on Jefferson Road, which is nowhere near those spaces. And if you're going to take it out to the country, you can't take that thing on 390.
You can't?
You'd have to take – it does 15 miles an hour.
No, but like you see like those big heavy pieces of equipment that just put their blinkers on Because they're moving it so.
Not on three. You
Just
can't
take
go under
off.
45. Not on 390.
Yeah, you see them move cranes and heavy equipment on trailers.
They're
They
on
go-
trailers. This would not be on a trailer. You'd be.
Wait, I'd be on your mom? Oh, that's a big piece of equipment right there, baby.
252 WCMF.
We always leave the keys in it. All the fellers wants to ride.
252-9263. Make that thrust with your hips again. I will punch you in your. You look like a broken puppet. Like one of the Sesame Street puppets they left in a closet for a really long time. Like the rubber started to disintegrate. Again, we're talking about this 30,000-pound wheel loader that was left in the Common Shopping Plaza on Jefferson Road in preparation for the upcoming snow this weekend. It's worth $55,000. Somebody stole it. Somebody stole it. By the way, Elijah writes on Twitter, it's called a loader, ! Most construction equipment brands, Cat, John Deere, use universal keys. Pretty massive oversight.
Yeah, a little bit.
All right, we have some breaking news.
Uh-oh.
252 WCMF. Mike's here. Hey, Mikey, how are you, buddy?
Hey, good morning.
What up?
How you doing? Yeah, I was reading. Sean actually posted on his Facebook this morning that they found it 37 miles away in Livingston County.
37 miles away?
37, like you said. There's no way they drove it. They had to have put it on a lowboy and hauled it out there.
As opposed to a high boy.
Well, yeah,
Okay.
that's what they're called.
he used
The
to do
things, the
afternoon
trailers that they haul them on.
I was just
are
kidding,
called
Mike. I don't need a
lowboys,
background
so-
on trailers. I was just kidding. That's my fault. I'm sorry.
Yeah, stop that bad boy
Yeah.
on a low boy.
All right, but Sean is the guy who owns the company.
Yes, Mr. Fico, yeah.
Okay, I believe Sean is actually on line 2. I'm going to jump over to Sean. Mike, thanks for the call. Let's talk to Sean. Sean, what the hell happened?
How are you?
Good, buddy. Well, first of all, congratulations on getting your $55,000 piece of equipment back.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
So
It
what?
was when I didn't think it was going to get recovered as fast as it did, and we're happy about it. That's for sure.
All right, Sean, I got some questions I'm going to need you to answer if you don't
Sure.
mind.
Sure.
Okay, so did they put it on a trailer? Is that how they got it out of there?
They did not. So all the video surveillance shows somebody coming up on a bicycle at 4:40 a.m.
Okay.
4:40 a.m. on Sunday morning, and actually reviewing, walking around the loader. They actually practiced running it
Well, you
behind
should
the plaza for a minute, and then at 6. They end up leaving the plaza at 6:30 a.m. and driving at 37 miles away to Livingston.
So this is Sunday morning, right?
Yes, Sunday morning.
So
You
there's
just
no
think that
traffic.
A lot more people would see it.
No traffic.
Okay, but wait a minute. Again, he got it. What's the max speed, Sean, on that piece of equipment?
Oh, about 21 miles an hour.
Bro, so that took him, if he was pedal to the floor,
Yeah.
that's a 2-hour ride.
To Livingston County.
Yeah, all of he must have made a few stops or didn't have it in the right gear, because where he ended up dropping it off or disposing of the machine was he didn't get out of it until 11. Well, he didn't get to location until 11:30.
All right, so Sean, let me ask you, do they think he took it to flip it? Was he just going on a joyride? What was the plan here?
It's confusing because the details are he drove it to a road, a seasonal road, drove it to the end. He sat in the machine for 5 hours.
Okay.
And then was picked up at about 4 o'clock. Don't want to give too many details,
Sure,
but
sure.
he was picked up by someone at 4:30 p.m. and they got footage of it going. It's 2024. There's cameras everywhere. So and they also have trail cams that caught it. Bad luck for him.
This
They
is
got trail
amazing.
cams that caught it going down the seasonal road. So.
So they don't have the guy yet.
No, not yet. A lot of fingerprints. He left some stuff in the loaders. He left a pop bottle, Gatorade bottle, whatever, and some other things in the loaders that they got fingerprints off of.
Ooh, CSI.
Yeah, a little CSI action here.
All right, so Sean, have you?
We're happy.
I'm sorry, I'm happy for you. Have you gotten to the thing? Is it damaged? Have you gotten to it? Have you laid
No,
eyes
yeah,
on
we got it. We went and retrieved it last night when they called us. We immediately sent a lowboy out there to pick it up, and
Lowboy.
there was no
Yeah,
damage
lowboy.
to the machine at all. They must have been coming back for it. There's a master switch on these machines that shut all the power off the machine. He was kind enough to turn the master switch off, so the battery wasn't dead.
So this guy knew what he was doing.
A little bit.
It sure. You know what? Part of me says yes. Part of me says no, because he had to practice how to run it behind the plaza.
Well, you need.
He was.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe it's like riding a bike, literally and figuratively in this story. All right, Sean. Now, we're happy you got it back. You saved yourself $55,000. That's awesome, right?
Yeah.
Especially at Christmas time. Can I make a suggestion if you don't mind?
I know what you're going to say. but
No,
go
you
ahead.
don't. No, you don't. Because I'm trying to help you,
Okay.
Sean. I'm trying to help you.
Okay.
Look, Tommy, we've heard that, coming across manpower these days, very hard for business owners.
Yeah.
This man, Sean, managed to get into this thing, drive it 37 miles undetected. He didn't damage it, right? He taught himself how to use it, maybe. Sean, you might want to hire this guy.
Oh.
I swear to you, I told one of my employees that I said if I find him, he probably end up working for us. That he made sure he knew how to run the machine before he took off in it, and he didn't do any damage to it. You probably will be on a payroll.
All right, so moral of the story, steal stuff,
Yeah.
get a job.
Yes.
Get a job. Yeah, right. Exactly. Something like that.
Hey, Sean, we're really
Yeah.
happy for you, buddy. Thanks for the call. I really appreciate it.
I appreciate it. I want to say thank you to the entire community. Everyone came together, and they really helped me find it
You're
because it would have been a
welcome,
total loss. You can't claim these kinds of things the size of our company. So thanks to everybody who really helped. It's awesome.
All right, good luck with your new employee of the month, bud.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you.
There goes
It's just a
I-
shadow in a frame.
There's a detail in that story that I am dying to know.
What's that?
Because when he said the guy got picked up by somebody, who are you calling at that time?
What are your
And
busted buddies?
yeah, but like, don't you have like questions for your buddy? Like, hey, how did you get here, and why do you have this?
But you rise to your level of buddy.
Mm-hmm.
So we knew guys that were busted, that had their busted buddies.
Yep.
That they all kind of ran together
Yeah.
as adults. And they gave each other nicknames. Some of them were dairy products. Dental work was brought up. And they just kind of hung with each other.
No, I mean, I'll be straight up with you. Even right now,
Yeah.
as a married man with children
Yeah.
and a semi-professional job,
Mhm.
if you call me at 4 in the morning and be like, yo, you got to come pick me up right
Yeah.
now. You got to see something?
Yeah.
I'd do
I
it.
got something pretty cool hanging in the woods.
I mean, I would have so many questions. I would
Yeah.
have to come check
Yeah.
it out. So, and I wouldn't blow you in.
No, why would you?
Just a front. I mean, Sean seems like a nice guy, but,
Yeah.
whatever. He'll get it back. So let's talk real quick.
Yeah.
Again, 252 WCMF. We now have news from the owner of the company, Sean, that the 30,000-pound wheel loader that was ripped off out of Jefferson Road's Common Shopping Plaza, that was then, according to Sean, driven from Jefferson Road on public roads,
Yes.
37 miles into Livingston County without anybody catching it by a man who practiced on it for hours.
Yeah, in the parking lot.
It's been recovered. Let's say he does get a job.
Yeah.
Let's say you work at this company, Tommy, where they're going to hire this guy that just ripped it off.
Mm.
How do you welcome that guy to the company?
Oh, as the new guy?
Yeah, because, on one hand,
Mm.
pretty impressive what he did.
Right.
On the other hand, he got a job by stealing a
Yep.
$55,000 piece of equipment.
Yeah, that would probably be a little slow burn as an introduction.
Okay.
You're definitely not trusting your lunch around that guy.
Would you be excited to meet him?
I would have some
Guy's a
questions.
star.
Like, I want to know how this all unfolded.
I mean, I can't tell if this would be the worst first day of work or the best first day of work.
Well, you've actually had a day of work already. You're kind of familiar with some of the things going on.
Do you think he eventually just got bored and was like, I think I'm done using this
It
now?
could have. Because it didn't sound like he had much of a plan for
Right.
it.
37 miles. Yeah, because, I mean,
That's
you're right.
enough for me.
Man, by the way, how big's a gas tank on that thing?
Oh, yeah.
Right? I think that went a pretty long way. No, man, if they hired someone who
Mhm.
was only hired here because they committed a crime, I think I would be super excited to meet that person. Just because, when does that happen?
Yeah, true.
Like, you couldn't sit down in a job interview and explain, I stole one of these before, I know how to ride it. They wouldn't, okay, get
Yeah.
out. But you actually stole from the company, and it's like, oh, you know what, maybe I'll think about hiring.
But I have met guys that have gotten fired for ripping off the company. They got fired,
Yeah.
and then they got rehired years later.
Okay.
Like after, but did people know
Oh,
that
yeah.
they? Okay.
Yes, I mean, not everybody, but some of the people are still there. And they were that good at their job.
Okay.
You know?
Yeah.
It does happen
Yeah,
occasionally.
I
Yeah.
get what you're saying. All right. Well, look, I want to talk to this guy
Yeah.
really, really bad. Sean, if you're still listening, the man we just talked to who owned this piece of equipment, if you do hire this man, woman, child, whoever it was, I would like to talk to him to get to the bottom of what the hell happened here.
He's going to be super interesting, or you're going to be really disappointed. in
Well, I
him?
mean, look, if it's really disappointing, how is that different than any other show we've ever done? Let's take a break. Speaking of super interesting and then becoming super disappointing,
Oh,
there is a man
yeah.
who is starring in a documentary that will be released December 17th.
Mm.
And this man is a household name, maybe for not all the right reasons. But he's a guy who, despite claiming he just wants to be left alone, seems to really love attention.
Okay.
He's also a guy that claims he gets shut down, quieted, isn't able to speak his mind.
Oh.
He says that while he's doing his weekly paid television appearance on ESPN.
Yeah.
Now,
What's he doing now?
you're going to get his whole side of the story.
Okay,
Oh,
but that's good. I want to know his side.
A triumphant return from a devastating injury that was released, timed out, Kimmy, with what was supposed to be
Yeah.
the peak of his success. And it looks like maybe he timed this out wrong.
Oh, no.
Just when you think this NFL season can't get any better, we'll tell you who's releasing this documentary next here in the break room on CMF.
So what's going on? You know I love me some Netflix.
This is the greatest thing ever.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because there's got to be a trailer out.
Oh, there's a trailer.
Yeah.
It's 2 minutes long, bro.
Big news yesterday.
It is a
Oh.
2-minute long trailer for this brilliant documentary for all the wrong reasons. Because they say, Tommy, pride will be the death of you.
Oh.
And I think the definition of the term pride will be the death of you is exactly what is happening here. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF just after 8 o'clock. It's Wednesday. You know what that means.
Oh, hate.
That's right. Hate Mail of the Week coming at you. 2 weeks ago, Tommy came up with a conspiracy theory that blew our minds.
Yeah.
And it might have been the smartest thing you've ever said on the air.
Oh, you're welcome.
Not hard to do. This television network and their Christmas movies that are horrible yet super successful and why people watch them. And we'll have Tommy touch on that theory again, but that theory pissed off a lot of like old women that wrote us on Facebook.
Yeah.
You get it.
Mhm.
But a man wrote us a letter.
This is shocking.
Yeah. But he says it's not the alcohol, Tommy,
Oh.
that is leading to the success of this network. It's something you need to have inside you.
Ah.
And we'll get into it.
Well, I have alcohol inside.
Just after 8 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. Yesterday, it was announced there is an Aaron Rodgers documentary coming to Netflix on December 17th. It is called, and no, we're not making this up, Aaron Rodgers Enigma, which sounds like he's doing a magic show in Vegas.
Which may be his next gig.
Illusion. So I'm looking at the producers.
Yeah.
It looks like he's involved
Oh, I would imagine.
at minimum.
So he has a producer's credit.
Now, I don't know if he's an actual producer.
He had some say in it, for sure.
There's no way
Yeah.
he did not approve
Yeah.
everything that went into
Yeah.
this documentary. So can I read you the synopsis?
Yeah.
Follow the NFL quarterback's rebound from his Achilles injury and get an inside look at the defining and controversial moments of his life and career. So not only do you get the backstory and everything that's happened,
All right.
he hints yesterday at his family issues that will be brought up. He's estranged from his parents.
Yeah. His whole family, right?
Yes.
And he's never been married, right?
I don't believe so.
But
He's
dated a
had
bunch
famous
of-
girlfriends.
Yes.
Not any recently, though.
No. Also, it looks as if they followed him with a camera from the beginning of last season because they get the Achilles injury in the rehab. All of the weird-ass stuff that he does.
Yeah.
There's several scenes where he has things on his head that I don't understand. There's like paint on his face that I don't
Yeah.
understand.
Okay.
He's like out in some wilderness that does not look like wilderness native to America, right? So all of these things are happening. It makes him look super serious, like he's onto something that none of the rest of us get.
So he sees things differently.
Man! Sorry.
Because they kind of
He has a different view of the world.
Yeah. He's an enigma.
Because you got a taste of this when they did Hard Knocks. Because
Yep.
they did the Jets last year.
Yeah.
And I watched that one. And he's in it, obviously, a ton.
He's the
Yeah.
star of Hard Knocks.
Yeah.
That's why
Yeah.
they did Hard Knocks.
Right. So I'm guessing this is kind of like part of that.
Yeah, no. But see, you got Hard Knocks. You got the Aaron Rodgers that they want you to see, man. What
What
you
am I
get
getting
here,
now?
you get full-on, uncut, pure Colombian enigma Aaron
Totally
Rodgers.
not doing this for the cameras,
No,
Aaron
no,
Rodgers.
no.
I got to watch.
Look, it's going to show you what kind of man he really is, as long as he gets to control what they tape, what the final edit looks like, and who gets final say. So the best part of this documentary,
What's that?
it's a three-part series.
Yeah.
It comes out in 2 weeks. If the Jets lose to the Dolphins this weekend, the Jets are officially eliminated from playoff contention. And there is word that he could be benched at some point on Sunday for Tyrod Taylor if things go really bad.
All right, just to finish out the season.
There's already been word about benching him this week. His head coach, Ulbrich,
Yeah.
would not commit to him right after the game being the starter for this week, although it looks like he's starting.
Yeah.
What I'm getting at is this. He may not even be a starting QB of an NFL team while you are watching a documentary about his triumphant return to the NFL using methods that we mere mortals
All right.
simply don't understand. Man! Because, Kimmy,
Yeah.
I think the release date of this documentary is the most interesting part.
The
Yeah.
17th.
I think this was supposed to go along with the success that he and a lot of other people thought they would have by this point in the season. Like,
Have it
you know,
locked up
they
like the
kind of
Bills.
thought they'd be on top of the AFC East.
Yep.
This is how I got here, kind of like a story about that. And now it's just kind of going to contribute to maybe why you're not there, if anything.
And that's the funniest part of it.
Like, hey, look at all these distractions that turned out to not be a good thing.
She is 100% right. Kimmy nailed it.
Like, if you're his teammates, you got to be like, yeah, obviously. Because I think even they were tired of him by training camp, all this crap.
You saw it.
Yeah.
Look, in his mind, the Jets would be in first place preparing for the playoffs on December 17th. He would be all over the TV. He would be a shoo-in for NFL Comeback Player of the Year. And then, to pile it all on, you'd have the hottest documentary on television. And Kimmy's right. This documentary will establish why
quite the opposite.
The Jets are a disaster.
Yeah.
And somehow he doesn't see it. The guy is so arrogant and self-absorbed, he does not
maybe
understand.
Don't go on like a promo tour at this point,
But
right?
that's the funniest part. It's not even like he's trying to bury it.
Yeah,
he was talking about it yesterday.
And you're going to see him talk about it again and again, I would imagine.
This effing guy!
He'd make a great senator. He could run for Senate.
Okay, sure.
You don't think?
In a weird community.
We got plenty of them.
Bro, even Jets fans are done with this guy.
Yeah.
Packers fans are done with this guy. Like, if they put the trailer up on Twitter yesterday, and I couldn't help myself. It's the funniest thing.
I will admit, I'm curious about it.
Does he narrate his own documentary?
That I don't know, because it's just like music and like people talking.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure if there's a narration or you're just following him like you're just one of his friends who's taking ayahuasca.
Kind of cool.
Okay. 252 WCMF again on December 17th. Netflix will be releasing a 3-part Aaron Rodgers docuseries called Aaron Rodgers Enigma. And it follows him through his Achilles injury, the rehab, all the weird stuff that he does in the offseason, and it also documents other controversies, as they put, that he's been through before. And I think the funniest part of this, past the date that they're going to release it, thinking he was going to be a success, past the idea that he was going to give somebody all access to his weird-ass life and think people would watch that and go like, oh, yeah, that makes sense. That this guy, who has everything in the world, can do whatever he wants, has a microphone in his face whenever he wants it, right? His simple words, despite the fact that he is the quarterback of a 3-9 football team that's about to be eliminated from the playoffs and he could lose his job, still believes he has to do this because he doesn't have enough of a platform to say what he wants to say.
Because he needs more attention.
What do you need? Do you need like everyone to wear an earpiece at all times where Aaron Rodgers speaks into it to tell you what he's thinking?
But this might be part of what people turn into now in the new modern era of being a quarterback in the NFL.
Like if you stick around too long.
You get weird because think of like
they do get weird. You're right.
The only normal successful quarterback, I was just trying to think in my head because it ain't Brett Favre, who was a phenomenal.
Oh yeah,
we know how that ended.
Well, he had a great side business taking welfare money.
Yeah, it ain't Brady.
Say.
We know
allegedly. Sorry,
Brady's nuts.
Brady is insane.
Right.
Yes. Yeah.
So it's got to be Peyton Manning, of a successful guy that parlayed it normally into what you would think you would do with your career after football.
Yeah. Okay, you're right, but now I'm horrified.
Dan Marino's a weirdo,
yeah,
man.
He's a big weirdo.
Yeah, I mean, he now sells, like, crap on TV.
Yeah, he's broke, though.
Oh, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Peyton Manning may be the last guy.
See, now you got me nervous that Peyton Manning has some weird thing going on we just haven't found out.
You would know about it by now.
Well, does it help, though, that he
and he's funny and he's talented.
Does it help, though, that he came from a football family? Like, maybe he was just used to this kind of thing?
I mean,
you grew up a little differently, I guess, than these guys that, you know.
I mean, Archie Manning
weren't around it.
Was a great quarterback on a lousy team.
Sure. By the way, a little overrated, but that's a whole other argument. Look, I guess though, like, I look at that more as image. That Archie knew how to control the image of his kids. There's nothing. I love Peyton Manning. There's nothing that says that Peyton Manning isn't also weirdo. Because lest we not forget, it was only like 6 years ago that Aaron Rodgers was everybody's All-American. He was going to be the host of Jeopardy. He was like a charming, funny guy.
I forgot about that.
And then all of a sudden, he took this turn, and it was like, what the hell happened to you? What happened?
I don't know.
What happened?
Like, do you think also COVID contributed to that in a way where like he was a little bit more? They were a little more isolated, maybe had a little too much time with his thoughts kind of thing. So that's where he started to get into all this kind of weird stuff.
But he'd been weird for a while with his family.
Yeah, you're right. His family definitely had some drama.
I mean, it's a good question. I guess the only way to find out is to tune in.
Oh, I got
to Aaron Rodgers' Enigma.
Can't wait.
Starting on December 17th. I'm not watching a second of this garbage.
Oh, I'm going to check it out.
I got to watch it.
You're going to watch state-sponsored Aaron
I'm gonna
Rodgers
give it
propaganda?
At least one episode.
You gotta watch.
I'm not watching it. I do not care.
Netflix
I
Not
love
even
does
for like
not
the
do-
entertainment value.
Netflix does not disappoint.
Okay, no.
They have a way of doing
No.
these things that make it entertaining.
You're
No,
a s-
there are some where you're like, okay, like this they don't. You know the truth, and that you know that they're kind of skipping over some things. You know.
But that's part of the entertainment of it, watching them live.
No, man. Like I have no patience for a second of that guy talking anymore. Like
You know
he's
why?
was it?
Because he reminds you of your daddy. Your dad was full of crap and lied his ass off all the time, and it reminds you of your dad.
No, I don't think my dad would have went hiking in like a Peruvian forest
Nobody
he
would have
doesn't
told
have
you he did.
Yes,
with Joe Carter right after he hit that home run.
that's what I'm saying.
No,
You were raised by a liar.
I don't think. Well, we were all raised by liars, to be fair. But like, I don't think it has any. Like, don't get me wrong. I got plenty of daddy issues. I don't think it's daddy issue stuff. I think it's what bothers me.
His arrogance.
But it's past that because there's a lot of arrogant people too that I can like tolerate. Fine.
It's the blaming of other people too on top of it.
When you have it so good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You have it so good. Like, bro, do you know what real problems are?
Did he date Danica Patrick?
He dated
Yeah.
Danica Patrick.
He dated a couple famous women who later on were like, that was a little weird afterwards.
But like he's a millionaire, he gets to do whatever he wants to do whenever he wants to do it. There are people that are going to worship him for the rest of his life because of what he was able to do on the football field, and that's
He's a
fine.
TV star. He did commercials.
All of these
Yeah.
things for you to act like some persecuted human being. Shut up.
He was good at Jeopardy.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, actually, we don't know that. He was good at hosting Jeopardy.
I thought he played in one of those celebrity ones and crushed
Yeah,
it.
but remember we found out yesterday that Celebrity Jeopardy is stupid Jeopardy?
All right.
Yeah, so. All right, let's take a break.
All right.
It's Wednesday, it's 8 o'clock. You know what that means.
Hate time.
Hate Mail of the Week coming at you. Tommy stumbled upon a brilliant theory that we are now fully believing in.
Yeah.
Speaking of conspiracies. And we'll have Tommy recount why he believes alcohol is the reason this television network has so much success around the holidays. But that really pissed some people off.
Yeah.
Really pissing people off. It's a man's letter.
Which is strange.
I agree with you. I agree with you.
'Cause it sounds like he's a fan of this.
He is in this letter. It's him and his wife. He and his wife are a fan of these. But it's not about the alcohol.
All right.
It's about what life should be.
Oh.
And we'll get into it. Hate Mail of the Week coming up next here in the break room. Let's see you, This isn't even close to the most controversial thing Tommy has ever said.
Mm.
In fact, when it fell out of his mouth, both Kimmy and I believed you stumbled onto something brilliant.
Mm-hmm.
Blew the lid off of entire industry. But it made some people very upset. And specifically one man who is here to argue the reason this TV channel is so successful with their Christmas movies is not because of alcohol, but because the community needs stuff like this.
So he watches this.
That's what he says.
It's impossible.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. It's Wednesday. It's 8 o'clock. It's time for Hate Mail of the Week. And about 2 weeks ago, Tommy blew the lid off of an entire TV network.
Mm-hmm.
We were talking about the Hallmark Channel
Yeah.
and their Christmas movies. And for those who may not know about this phenomenon, we'll give you a quick crash course. During the holiday season, the network runs these self-produced Christmas movies nonstop.
Very romantic.
And they're almost back to back to back to back to back.
Yeah.
Okay. They all have the same formula.
Yep. Same towns.
No
same
name.
peoples.
Yep. No-name actors. They star in a movie where someone who lives in a big city goes home for the holidays or they're stranded in a small town.
Passing through.
Their lives are stressful. They've lost sight of what really matters in the world. And when they get home or to this place they think they're too good for, they meet someone of the opposite sex.
They get their comeuppance.
A simple man or a woman. Maybe someone from their past. Maybe a dark stranger. This person draws them in. And with the holidays as the background, they fall in love. And this fast-living city slicker moves to this small town to live happily ever after, just like everyone in America should.
Yeah.
By the way, none of that's an exaggeration.
Yeah.
It's every single movie.
There will be ice skating at some point, too.
And Kimmy,
Yeah, but there's like non-sexual sex scenes.
what is that?
You don't see it. Like, they don't touch. Like, they're going to, like, go off
Like, you'll
someplace,
see, like, them touch hands and look
and then,
at
like,
each
the
other.
door closes.
Yeah.
And, like, that's it. Like, you'll see something drop to the floor or a wine glass gets set down. And then.
It's implied.
Yes.
There's also always like a bizarre background detail, like the mayor has made Christmas illegal for some reason, or like
And they're fighting something.
yes,
Yeah.
the town is going to lose their only restaurant to some slick city businessman unless the apple pie some old lady makes wins a $50,000 contest. Like it's like, how the hell does? Okay, fine,
Yeah.
fine.
There's one right now where they're on a treasure hunt, I think.
Okay.
And, like, that's the premise. Like, that's how they fall in love, is they're going on this Christmas treasure hunt together.
So these movies are unbelievably stupid, but they are massively successful. And Tommy, you figured out why.
Yes. These are for drunk old ladies at night that just drink themselves to sleep because they'll forget what they were watching, but you don't have to because it's the same story. You could pick it up on the next show. The next 2-hour movie. It's the same movie over and over. It's got to be for the lady lush that sits there at night and she's just wants something to just
To have on TV.
Mindless entertainment that takes her sexual fantasy.
So
It's grandma porn.
when
It's
Tommy
pornography.
when Tommy says only alcoholics watch the
Yeah.
Hallmark Channel,
Lady Lush.
we realized he was right because we discovered that every movie has multiple scenes where people are drinking wine in it.
Yeah.
Then, thanks to a listener, we discovered that Hallmark themselves
Yeah.
sells a line of Christmas-themed wines
Yep.
to go along
Oh, not
with
even
their
just
movies.
Christmas, like New Year's. You name the holiday, it's they turned it into a wine.
Yeah.
You blew the lid off of this.
Yeah, done.
You nailed it.
But we did say it's not just older ladies. Younger ladies are in the game, too.
Also getting drunk and watching the Hallmark Channel. Well, here's the thing.
What's that?
Maybe you didn't blow the lid off this whole thing.
What's that?
Well, first off, we got a ton of Facebook messages, and it was only on Facebook,
Yeah.
no Instagram, from older women that were very upset that you called them
'Cause I
drunks.
exposed them.
Well, you called them drunks, and they said
But
that
they
were
are.
drunks.
You're a lush. I know a lush when I see one.
Why don't we forget the laws of this great country? Put on the Hallmark Channel. But it was a letter from a
From
gentleman
a guy.
through the mail.
He's got to be my age.
We don't have an age.
But yeah, I'm guessing he's my age.
We just have a name. Okay, it's possible. Maybe older, Tommy. He's here to say that your theory is wrong.
Oh.
And there's another reason why these movies are so successful. Actual physical letters sent through the mail telling us we suck, telling Tommy, get a better job. Sit back and enjoy today's Hate Mail of the Week.
Thinking that the only people who watch Hallmark movies are alcoholics is a laughable and downright stupid idea. My wife and I watch them regularly, and neither of us are alcoholics. I'm insulted you believe that about my wife and I. If you ever watched any of the movies, you would know they're popular because the world is looking for something wholesome and good these days. The news is scary and depressing. Everyone's always fighting, and every other show on TV or Netflix or whatever has sex and violence and conflict. These movies are a throwback to simpler times when neighbors looked out for each other and good always triumphed over evil. My wife and I can hold hands and enjoy a good love story, a small town getting one over on the outside world that thinks it's smarter and better than regular Americans.
Yeah!
The movies are good because they're everything your radio show is not. They are what we want the world to be. If you can't understand that, I feel bad for you, and I encourage you and the rest of the people you work with to find something that makes you happy and stop being so nasty to people who just want to be happy around the Christmas season.
Yeah.
Sincerely, Don.
Don the sap. What a sap.
Speaking
He's
of
a total
wait.
sap.
You're kind of proving his point. Speaking of stealing joy,
What?
What?
you suck. Why do you want to be happy?
Because there's no happiness in these things.
Can you define sap? What is sap?
A sap is somebody that just is he's a numbskull. He's a
A numbskull?
he's a numbskull.
Watch out, 1950s nerds. He's coming for you.
But I'm telling you, he's a dunce. He's
He's a dunce!
he likes base entertainment.
Okay.
He's base.
Okay. Well, it would explain why he was listening to our show.
Yes. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, I do. I just want to make sure everyone's following along.
Like I guarantee you, he's an adult man that owns a whoopee cushion. He has a Spencer's credit card. You know what I'm saying? You know the guy.
He's got a Spencer's credit card.
He's got nudie ice cubes in his tray.
Okay.
He's that guy.
All right. Did we just find the one man in America
Yes.
who enjoys Hallmark movies, Christmas movies?
They're unwatchable, man. There's no man. First of all, they're not written for men. They're written for your mom or your grandmother.
Watch it.
Well, not your mom. Your mom's party mom.
Okay.
No,
I don't know.
maybe
Every
I
now
see.
and then, my dad enjoys like a corny movie.
No, but there's a difference between corny and what we're describing here.
Yeah.
That's Jim Carrey doing something silly. There's no
No,
slapstick.
I
to it.
don't know. Sometimes I'm like, Dad, why are you watching this? It's something Hallmark-like.
No,
Oh.
but like to
It's like,
Tommy's,
oh, this is nice.
to Tommy's point, I didn't even think that these Hallmark movies could be a guilty pleasure for men. I just assumed they were aimed solely at women.
And older women.
You brought up the love story, the simple life of getting away from the stress of the world, the down-homey feel that places like Skinny Atlas tries to sell us in the holidays. That's a female thing.
And there's no surprises in these things. Like, it's the same scenario over and over. So even when they try to, like, throw the surprise, I just saw this in 5 other episodes.
But Don, in his angry letter to you,
Yeah.
where he tells you to stop being a dick, may have a weird point.
Mm.
I kind of get where he's coming from.
Okay.
Because people do want to feel warm and fuzzy around the holiday season.
Okay.
That's why folks sit down and watch other Christmas classics like Rudolph or Frosty or Year Without a Santa Claus, right? You do it as adults.
Mm-hmm.
But doing this with Hallmark movies is kind of flawed because those Christmas specials, Rudolph, Santa, they're based solely in fantasy.
Yes.
Right? They're animated. They remind you of your childhood.
The whole Christmas
They take
story.
it back.
It's nostalgic. That
Yeah.
makes
Yeah.
sense. Don here, it sounds like based on his letter, sees these Hallmark movies as based in reality.
Yes.
Because I'm going to read your quote from the letter. Are you ready?
All right.
These movies are a throwback to a simpler time when neighbors looked out for each other and good always triumphed over evil. What part of history was that?
I don't know.
Can you?
I want to know where because he has that Norman Rockwell belief
Yeah.
in America
Yeah.
that never existed. 'Cause I'll tell you, like, if you want to go back to that simpler time we all got along, I know 2 guys who were back there, my dad and my Uncle Don, and they were none of that. None of it.
I mean, look, and I'm not even trying to be a dick here because I don't want to take away Don's joy.
Yeah.
I don't. But it does blow
I
my
know.
mind. The grown-ass people
Back
can
when
watch.
everything was perfect.
Yes.
You're buying the jive.
But you're watching this stupid movie and going, that's how things should be. That's how it was when I was growing up. No, it wasn't. It just seemed that way because
Yes.
you were a little kid. Your parents protected you
And
from the
maybe
evils
for
of the world.
you, but not from everybody.
Oh, my
Yeah.
God.
I know.
Like, I mean, you sound stupid. And I don't mean to be mean. Of course your parents should have protected you from that. You're a child.
I get the argument of it being a distraction. That's fair.
Yes, if he wrote the show,
Yeah.
Don, and said, I like to turn off my brain
Yeah.
and get into the Christmas spirit, fine. That
I'll
makes
give
sense.
you that.
Yes. But to say these movies are how the world should be makes you sound dumb.
Yes. Yeah,
Wim-
that's my point.
Yeah, I'm with you.
You're just a shallow dude.
Women should be able to move to small towns and find model, good-looking carpenters that make manger scenes for the town hall for free. And then the small town raises money for their annual Christmas pageant that's happened for 100 years. They can't come up with the money, but everyone drives $150,000 pickup trucks. It's a weird thing, right? It's a weird thing. Yeah. The town has one sheriff who's somehow always on duty, morning, noon, and night. You can't hire one deputy. But you don't know. Even Mayberry had a deputy.
Yeah, true.
It's Sheriff Bob again. Doesn't sleep. No. Got a meth problem on account of protecting the town.
And by the way, like these towns are so picturesque.
Yeah.
Like there's not a flaw in these towns.
It's always like the perfect amount of snow.
Yes.
Like where's all the dirty snow that they're shoveling out of the road?
It's perfect. The people are perfect. The pets are perfect. The yards, the homes.
Even the town bum is like charming. His beard is manicured.
Yes.
Like, that's old Pete. He's the town.
And everybody takes him in.
Yes. Nobody wants to talk about his bill for his liver.
And for some reason, that like small town carpenter she falls in love with lives in a barn. Like if any other guy said, "Hey, come on over. I live in a barn," you'd be like, "Well, I think I'm done here."
252 WCMF 2 weeks ago, Tommy stumbles upon the brilliant theory that the reason Hallmark Christmas movies are so successful is because they're watched exclusively by drunk women.
Yes.
They're all the same. You can jump right in and out of them. Brilliant take.
It's lush TV, baby.
Don writes us a letter, says he watches them with his wife, that it's not because of the drunk and stuff. He took offense to you calling him an
don't
alcoholic.
drink.
Yeah.
Maybe you should.
It's because these movies are what life used to be like and what life should be. Yes.
Wholesome.
Small town getting one over on City Slickers. Let's talk to Mike. Hey, Mikey, you're on CMF, buddy. What's up?
Hey, first of all, the guy that wrote the letter, he's a chooch. I don't know what he's talking about. There's a grandiose effect to these stupid movies. I had to watch them with my ex. She's not an old lady. She wasn't drunk. I had to be drunk just to watch them. But they are creating a fairy tale life that doesn't exist. Thus why people feel entitled and relationships don't really work. There's no realism to these.
Man. No, I mean, but here's the thing, Mike. Most of the movies you watch, no fair. Realism, right? Like
Hollywood,
I put on The Running Man over the weekend.
This is even beyond that, though. I mean, this is creating, again, like every woman's going to dump any guy that makes a mistake because the next best thing is the fairy tale over in fairyland that doesn't exist.
Okay, now, Mike, it sounds like we're going away from the movies and now we're getting into something that happened with your life, and that's okay. If you want to keep talking, I'm here for you, buddy.
No, but it is true. It is true.
Mikey, thanks for the call, buddy. I appreciate it. No, again, having fantasy is fine.
Yeah.
It's believing in the fantasy that's the problem.
Yeah, I mean, I grew up on Disney movies.
But
right?
I don't.
It's the same thing.
I don't see the entertainment value of watching the same movie over and over and over again.
But I think that could also be part of the draw with these is you're not technically watching the same movie over and over
again. But there's no surprise.
You're getting a different movie every time.
It's safe. That's what it is.
It's about as safe as it gets.
No, but that's the draw.
Yeah.
It's safe.
I know nothing bad is it's gonna end on like a happy note.
But it's the same happy note. You know what I mean? It's like listening to the same song just sung by different people in the same tempo.
You mean like Christmas carols?
Yes. Another insanity thing. Yes.
That's the thing, but they're also very popular. We got tweets coming in. You can always tweet us at WCMF Break Room. At Vexed Patriarch tweets at us. Don seems like the kind of guy that would call his wife mother, thinks cheddar popcorn is a little wild, and wears a robe with his pajamas.
Oh, yeah. He's got a monogram robe, and he calls his wife Milady.
So we got more tweets.
I mean, you want to surprise me in one of these things? How about a minority shows up in one of them? Like, you don't even get a...
No, they've been mixing it up lately.
You don't get the Chinese restaurant?
They've gotten with the times.
They mixed it up after there were complaints.
Yes.
But no, you brought up the...
There's it's a bunch of white people.
No, you're right. There's no Chinese or Indian restaurant in the town, right?
Right. There ain't a brother in sight.
Like in all seriousness, though, like when Christmas happens, right? There's no Jewish folks getting Chinese food for lunch.
No.
Right?
No, there's nothing.
And here's the thing that we learned being on the road doing comedy in the middle of the country.
Right.
It doesn't matter how small the town is.
You're right.
There is always a Chinese restaurant.
I was amazed. Like you could be in a one light town, and there is one Chinese restaurant.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Rammer. Hey, Rammer. How are you, buddy?
Good morning. So I don't know if maybe I missed it, but this Don in his hate mail doesn't actually say that they don't drink. He just says they're not alcoholics.
This is true. I believe you're right, yes.
Right?
Well, that's what I say.
I'm not an alcoholic, but I actually watched the movie this weekend, Love Actually, which is
That's a good
a
one.
holiday movie.
It's not a good
And
one.
I
That's a
was
good one.
drinking. I mean, I don't think it was on the Hallmark Channel, but I don't, the Hallmark Channel has, basically, like you said, the same movies. Tommy, how often do you drink?
Constantly.
Have you been drinking this morning? What is happening right now?
I'm
Is he
jealous.
drinking this morning? But I mean, Tommy, from what I know, he's a lot like me. He might have a cocktail or two, on a daily basis, but he doesn't consider himself an alcoholic, even though he probably is.
All right,
Well, I get called out when I walk in here.
So your argument
Yeah.
is Don and his wife actually alcoholics.
No, my argument is they probably don't see themselves as alcoholic, but they're probably drinking a box of wine while they're watching a Hallmark movie.
All right.
All right.
I'm going to take
Got
this.
it?
I got it. Thank you, Rever. Have a good rest of the day. Let's quickly run over to Twitter again.
Okay.
Again, hate mail of the week, Hallmark movies, drunks, etc. Matt writes us on Twitter. Hashtag Hallmark Christmas is a guilty pleasure of mine. So that's a second guy that's into Hallmark movies. Especially when I have a rough day at work. P.S. I love my drinks. So he admits he's a drunk.
Okay.
But he also likes the Hallmark movies.
But there's a lot of male escapism on television. You don't need the grandma equivalent. You know what I mean? You could watch sports. You could look at porn. You could watch. There's channels for you.
No, but
that take your mind off of your day.
I don't think that a soft, sappy movie every once in a while is a bad thing for a guy.
Yeah.
All right.
I get the escapism
Get in touch
of
with
that.
your feelings sometimes.
Yeah, you want to feel something that isn't anger.
But usually that's a comedy. Like usually you would watch a wacky comedy.
Yeah, okay, it could be something
more
like
than
that
you would
too,
watch a love story that goes nowhere.
I love how you call this dude basic. He said, "We had a rough day. Watch a wacky comedy.
Yes.
Watch it. Wait, you got a wacky comedy over there."
I mean, Jim Carrey made a living out of this.
Second Jim Carrey reference. What Jim Carrey movie's gonna cheer me up at the end of my day? I'm
No,
watching him
they
talk
got-
to his
they
butt.
got funny stuff.
You got the funny stuff over there?
Funny stuff.
Doing the
going on.
funnies? All right, so look, we're not here to tell you not to enjoy Hallmark Christmas movies. We're just here to tell you watch your liver
Yeah.
while you're doing it.
Yeah.
And I'm still with you, man. This is the smartest thing you've ever come up with.
Oh, you're welcome.
And you may have begun this may be the chip in the wall
I
that
may bring
is.
it down.
That's what I'm saying, man. All thanks to you. Let's take a break. Another thing you love.
What's that?
Well, you're actually going to be very excited about this, even though this original location is literally down the street from your house and you haven't made it there yet because your wife won't go with you.
Oh.
Your wife is actually one of the few people in the greater Rochester area that doesn't eat this, which is strange because it's a foreign food and it's a food that, how do I put this, doesn't use standard everyday ingredients.
Oh, okay.
But over the last 25 years, it has become one of, if not the most popular food. In fact, I think with this story, we can make the argument that despite it not having any real historical base in Rochester, it is now Rochester's most popular food.
Wow.
We'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. You can make a really good argument that this is by far the most popular food in the greater Rochester area right now.
Wow.
And there could be a sneaky reason why. Almost every other food you can get at restaurants around the greater Rochester area, you can make at home yourself. But this one,
can't do it.
Well, as much as it's been a part of our community for a while, I don't think anybody listening has any idea how to do it at home.
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, you can visit the contest page, WCMF.com.
Ooh, what am I going to win?
Do it right now. Enter for your chance to win a carload ticket for you and up to 6 of your friends to experience the 2024 Holiday Light Show at Victor Hills. If you love looking at Christmas lights, and we know Tommy does, plan on checking out the Holiday Light Show at Victor Hills. 2024 will be the last season to experience a 1.5-mile-long journey through the rolling wooded trails of Victor Hills Golf Club. Take in over 1 million lights and scenes.
Dazzling.
Just minutes from Eastview Mall and Thruway Exit 44. So finish up your shopping. Go look at some lights. Grab tickets right now at rocklights.com. Tommy?
Yeah, buddy.
Rochester is getting a second revolving belt sushi restaurant.
Damn. Oh, we got one.
Umai? Am I saying that right?
Umai?
Umai.
U-M-A-I. Let's go with Umai. Umai Revolving Sushi, which is operated on Monroe Ave in Brighton since 2022, announced their second location in Victor will be open, they say, within the month.
Damn.
Now, if you've ever been to one of these places, if you've never been, Tommy, would you like to explain how this works?
So you sit in front of a conveyor belt of food, and these little plates of sushi roll by, and you pick off the plates, and you just eat.
Yep.
And it's just based on the colored plate, that's the price.
So they bill you based on the plates you
So
have.
when you're done, you show them your place, and that's what you get billed. And it's like two of each, like small portions.
Yeah.
Okay.
But you can just sit there and keep chowing.
This is Tommy's sexual fantasy.
I did it once when I was on vacation, and I go, how is this not around?
Well, and it's perfect, too, because not only do you love sushi, you also love conveyor belts.
Who doesn't like a conveyor belt? Conveyor
And
belts
small
are cool.
portions. It's all perfect.
Yes.
Yeah.
I loved it. But I've never been to I haven't been to this joint.
I can't believe it. Like, I cannot. It's right around the corner from
I'm
where
dying
we
to
live.
go.
You could walk to this place.
I know.
You could. Well, I'll go with you. I'll take my daughter. Loves sushi. We'll go.
Yeah.
That would be weird, man.
Why?
I'd be like your weird. I mean, be like that family friend that everybody calls uncle.
No.
No, that's what it would
no,
look
no,
like.
no.
I
That's
also
not gonna
feel very
happen.
self-conscious. Like, I have to go out to sushi with somebody I feel very comfortable with because it's a little awkward to eat sushi
It is.
sometimes.
Yeah.
And
No,
my wife wants no part of it, so I'll never go.
Or
You could just go by yourself.
Yeah.
That's also
It's not
weird
weird at a place like that.
You've gone to movies alone.
Yeah, but now I'm married. I guess.
Okay. Well, look, conveyor belt aside, I think you can make an argument that
Yeah.
sushi is the most popular food in the greater Rochester area right now. You can get it everywhere.
Yeah.
Grocery stores sell it. They make it in-house.
You can get it at the airport.
They have airport
You
sushi.
can get it at the gas station.
Legitimate gas station sushi. There are joints where you can eat for hours. All
Yeah.
you can eat if you want. There are middle-of-the-road places where you could sit down or take out. There are high-end places like Next Door Bar and Grill, which, by the way, is literally across the street from the first conveyor belt place where you can spend a few $100s if you want.
And now, one of the cheapest places you could get it, I don't know if they still do it, Chinese buffets.
Yeah, yes, they do.
And they had really cheap sushi.
Yeah. It feels like every
which
town.
is something you should achieve.
It,
Just to test out your intestines.
it feels like every town has
Yeah.
at least 4 sushi places that you can go grab if you want it. Do you want to explain, Tommy, why all of a sudden sushi has exploded?
Because if you 30 years ago, somebody presented you this with a business plan, you'd laugh at them.
Yeah.
You're going to sell raw fish to people?
Yes.
Wrapped in rice?
I'm with
and
you.
they're going to eat it?
And it's not
They're
like
going to get sick.
it's not like anything else.
No.
Like when it comes to any other food, you cannot compare sushi to any other food that we are familiar with. A lot of fish,
Not the way it's presented.
right?
Yeah.
Mhm.
And you can get weird with it
Oh, yeah.
if you want to, right? But like the sushi boom of Rochester, over 20 years, all of a sudden we blinked an eye and it was everywhere. You
And-
couldn't swing a dead cat without hitting a cooked fish.
And here's the other thing. You can't have it for leftovers.
No, you got to eat it
You
right
have
then.
to eat it right now.
Yeah.
And to your point, you can't make it at home because you're going to kill yourself. You're going to give yourself the fish farts.
The fish
And
farts.
yeah, so I mean, it's very unique.
Okay, so let's put a pin in what you just said because I think that might be one of the reasons here. But the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Before we get into why it has blown up,
Yeah.
what made it so mainstream in Rochester? Why all of a sudden did everybody, and we're kind of, I mean, we're not picky eaters, but we like what we like. We like
Right.
our Italian, and we liked our Eastern European for a while. Mexican snuck in there. Indian is snuck in there. We've always loved Chinese,
Yeah, right.
right? But, like, again, sushi's not like any of those things.
I think it was pushed as a health food, too.
Okay,
People
good
Yeah,
thought it was
call.
a healthier
healthier
option,
option.
right?
Okay.
It also helps that I know some people that they tried it their first time getting it at a place like Wegmans. You know what I mean? Like where it felt like a little bit more plain, maybe some of the rolls. Like you could see them, you kind of knew what you were picking up and ordering, whereas you weren't just reading it on a menu and thinking, like, I don't know what to order here.
So you're arguing Wegmans made it mainstream?
I think it helped get more people trying it that maybe would not have before.
Well, to your point, I mean, Wegmans made it affordable.
Yeah.
Right? You said you can watch it make it, Kimmy, so it's not some mystery
You're
thing.
seeing what you're getting.
And you could ask questions of the folks that were making it for you.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe that bled it out in
Probably
other parts of
helps.
the community. But I think the biggest reason, as this second conveyor belt sushi restaurants open to the greater Rochester area, like we were talking about, sushi is the one food that people don't trust themselves to make at home. And I don't even think it has to do with the health aspect of it. How do you make sushi?
They sell kits.
I know.
But I wouldn't do it. You got to roll it out.
Yeah, I think the hardest part of making sushi is getting the rice the right consistency where it sticks together. Yeah.
Oh, I thought that was like a special kind of rice. It's not.
It is.
Oh, okay.
I think they make it. It's a certain type.
Okay. But like you need special tools that are unique only to sushi to make the sushi. And you also need very special ingredients, seaweed, certain parts of the fish, unique sauces and spices. Like you're not going to be able to open up your pantry and be like, oh, let me throw together some sushi.
No.
You have to plan to make sushi. And I think that the reason these restaurants are now everywhere has to do with, outside of Japanese folks, no one has any idea how to do it right on their own, so you're forced to buy it.
Yeah.
It's almost a brilliant plan.
Yeah, it's the perfect food. Because you got to eat it right now.
Exactly. Like every other kind of food that we eat here that we really love. I can make Mexican. It's not going to be as good, but I can make it. I can make a pizza. I can make chicken parm. I can make a burger and fries, all these things. I can't make sushi.
Right. Well, it's kind of like Chinese food. I really can't make that either.
Yeah. Also, well, no, but now they even sell like Chinese, like frozen bagged dinner kits. Same with Indian food. Like you can buy all that stuff at Wegmans. I can't buy frozen sushi.
No.
Put it in the
break
oven.
a tooth.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to a man. His name screams, I love sushi.
All right.
Jackson. Jackson's on CMF. What's up?
Guys.
Hey, Sushi Jackson.
I attempted to make sushi.
Oh, this
one
is
time.
Jersey Jackson.
It is Jersey Jackson.
Go ahead.
But you were saying, I'm sorry.
Wegmans sells the kits. I actually got the thing to roll the sushi.
Of course you did.
And it's not easy. Like, you can get the imitation crab or you get shrimp and stuff like that, but actually rolling the seaweed and the rice all together, that's your most difficult part.
Yeah, the seaweed. That's the hard part.
All right.
The seaweed.
So, Jackson, did you give up after the first try?
Of course you did.
I've attempted one other time to, but it was just not successful.
You're a quitter.
I'll stick to California rolling. That's where I got introduced to sushi, was California rolling.
Yeah, I mean, that's been one of the most popular restaurants in Rochester for decades.
That's your boy's kid. It's Lou Graham's kid.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, that was his.
You know what my favorite roll over there is?
What's this?
Midnight Bluefish.
Oh, yeah.
Whoa! All right, so Jackson, if I had to ask you how many times a month you eat sushi, what do you think? What's your guess?
I would probably go once or twice a month.
Okay, so you're not a heavy sushi consumer.
That's probably
His,
normal.
His
Yeah.
palate can't take it. He's from Jersey,
more like-
man. He was raised on fried
Can't
clams.
get over this.
Well, your mom was there?
Good Lord. It's a once in a while, kind of a special treat kind of deal. We'll go to like Wegmans or we'll go to California rolling with the kids because we've gotten the kids into sushi as well. It's just one of those where like you can't just have one roll and then like it starts off not that expensive, but you get like 3 or 4 rolls. Eventually, it adds up.
All right, well, Jackson, keep enjoying your sushi, buddy. Put money in the piggy bank so you can have a nice sushi day for
It
yourself.
adds up, buddy.
Yep. Have a good one, guys.
Bye, Jackson. All right, can I ask you a question?
What?
As we talk about sushi taking over Rochester slowly, would you go to a sushi restaurant that wasn't owned by an Asian family?
You probably have.
Yeah.
I mean, how would you know?
Well,
Unless you did your research.
Yeah.
I mean, like when you walk in to a place that serves sushi, there's usually a lot of Asian people working.
But I think that's changed now.
Yeah.
Can you think of a place that sells sushi that
Yes.
isn't-
Wegmans.
Multiple.
I mean, you'll see non-Asian people working behind the counter making that sushi.
that's fairly recent?
Yeah, it is.
Because when I worked at Wegmans, I worked in the prepared food section right next to where they made the sushi.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was all Asian.
All Asian guys.
Yeah.
Those guys were fun.
Oh, yeah, I bet.
Like, it really gave me an appreciation for old Asian men. They are funny as hell.
Yeah.
They like practical jokes. Anywho,
Yeah.
I mean, look, it would take a lot for you to go to like Danny O'Brien's Italian restaurant,
yeah.
or like Felipe Sanchez's Deli and Bagels.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
it's standard, I think, in your head to go to a place where you feel the person making it is super familiar with the food.
Yeah, it'd be like Italian restaurants. You want an Italian family.
Yeah.
Like a Reds or
Yeah.
Fideli's.
Exactly. Yeah. There's no,
Yeah. I got you.
Jacques Cousteau's French or Italian bistro. So, like, I think the ultimate sign of this food has been accepted as standard is when we start seeing, like, straight up non-Asian folks opening up sushi restaurants, and we're like, I'm gonna go check that.
Okay. Yeah, no, I'm sure they're out there.
Name me one.
Well, I don't know because I don't know.
Okay,
There are
California
some,
rolling. I
yeah, I was
guess.
gonna
Exactly.
say
Yeah,
there,
we're
there are
from America's
some
Kid.
around town. I know. I've been to them.
Okay. All right. By the way, this doesn't seem like a fad either, because you can make the argument.
Oh no, sushi's been around 30 years. now.
That's what I mean, and it just keeps getting more and more successful. These places keep opening, and rarely do they close.
Yeah.
Right. So like, it's here.
Enjoy.
It's gonna stay.
Enjoy your raw fish.
It sucks though, because like my daughter loves sushi. My
Mhm.
youngest loves sushi. Both of my wife and older one, they'll eat it. They like it. I have a hard time doing it.
I do enjoy watching people not like sushi.
What is that?
So,
No, see, shouldn't it be the opposite? Like you're the one trying to get somebody into sushi.
but watching their face and their what they think of
The
sushi
worst.
is priceless.
Why are you such an arrogant prick?
So,
You're not cultured enough for this.
well, we got through my wife's family. One of the guys is over. We had a platter of sushi out for a party,
Okay.
and he looks at my wife and goes, "You serve him raw fish, but your stove broke."
Oh my god.
It's a great line.
It is a great line. It's a good
Because he
line.
wasn't touching that.
See,
stuff,
I like
man.
that guy better than I like you.
Well, that's every guy.
Yeah, it's true. No, man, it sucks too, because like,
Hmm.
I don't want to be the wet blanket. That,
You don't
like,
So you
want to
don't like
prevent.
any of it?
You never want to prevent somebody else from getting a food that they enjoy because
Yeah.
you don't like it. But but there's not a lot of other options if you don't like that type of food.
It's not that I don't like it. I just don't love it. Like, I'll muscle through it.
But you're not a fish person.
No, like I can eat the ones with the shrimp in it, but those are the most expensive.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And then there's the veggie ones that I can handle, but that doesn't like fill you up
And
as
it
much.
also has, but it still has a seaweed.
Yeah, I don't.
taste to
I
it.
think the seaweed is what bothers.
Yeah,
me.
it's got an ocean taste to it.
And then like I'm afraid to try the ones that are like wrapped in avocado. What's that? A
I
dragon?
love those, man.
Like
Those
what?
avocado ones are the best.
Yeah, but like I don't know. It also looks like it's got fish in it. I don't really. Want
Well, it's gonna taste a little fishy.
I don't want that.
It's fishy avocado.
Yeah, fishy avocado. One of my favorite Catskills Canadians. Remember you open up for soupy pockets. Let's take one more sushi call.
All right.
252 WCMF. Brian's got the last word. Hey, Brian, how are you, buddy?
Good, man. How you doing?
Good man. What's up?
So I was just listening to you guys. I know a lot of people are real skeptical on the sushi. You know, just getting into it, it is a little nerve-wracking at first. I would definitely suggest there's a place in Victor. You can talk about these.
Brian, I can't
Yeah,
hear you,
it's
buddy.
tough to
I'm
hear you,
sorry. I got to
Brian.
let you go. Your phone's killing me, but thank
Yeah,
you. I
that's tough.
appreciate it. If there's one thing you should trust, it's a man with a bad phone recommending sushi. I pay for my minutes by the card, and I love eating sushi. All right, let's take a break. Holiday parties are here,
Oh yeah.
whether it's family, whether it's work, and outside of having to deal with other people,
Mhm.
one of the biggest fears of the holiday party is imbibing too much,
Oh yeah.
embarrassing yourself,
We've seen that, man.
especially at work.
Oh yeah.
So there is a new strategy to keep yourself from getting too drunk.
Okay.
Are you familiar with zebra striping?
No.
Well, it could save your job.
Oh.
And we'll tell you what it is next here in the break room on CMF. There are going to be people who lose their jobs within the next 2 weeks.
Oh,
and it's because they could not control their drinking at a holiday party.
Oh, yeah.
So if you are someone who knows whether they're in anxious situations or there's an open bar that you may overdo it,
what do I do?
This strategy is brilliant, even though I know you're about to be a bitch-ass bitch who kills it.
Maybe not.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. So if you do not want to get too drunk at your next holiday party, you need to participate in zebra striping.
So how does this work?
Zebra striping is the act of following every alcoholic beverage with a non-alcoholic beverage.
Like most they say like drink a glass of water.
Or
Hydrate.
soda or whatever.
Right.
Just can't have alcohol in it. So it's like the stripes on a zebra. Black, white, black, white, black, white.
All right.
Zebra striping. And the idea behind it is folks know a lot of people don't want to not have a drink in their hand. Right? You have to have a drink in your hand when you're doing
It's a
something.
comfort thing.
Exactly. But if you continue to have alcoholic drinks in your hand while everyone's drinking.
Sip them faster.
Exactly. You're subconsciously drinking either because you're anxious or everyone else is doing it. So by having the non-alcoholic drinks, you are filling up your stomach to the point where you can't drink as much as you would have with alcohol, therefore not embarrassing yourself or costing yourself your career or your reputation or whatever. How is this just a thing now? This is a brilliant idea.
Oh, I mean, I know people that subscribe to that, but I don't. I always thought they did it to save themselves from a hangover, not so much to not get drunk.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well, so I'll go one bottle of water for every 3 beers at a Bills game.
Yeah.
And
like,
it's for
it
the
was more of like for the headache that you knew was coming.
Exactly.
Not so much like I'm going to, scale it back.
I couldn't do it.
What do you mean you couldn't do it?
I couldn't because it's just going to remind me how much not drinking sucks. Like if I went,
really?
Like if I like whiskey, right?
Yeah.
I don't know what I would substitute for that. Like a glass of water.
Yeah.
Soda water? I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't want soda. So I'll drink
soda
water.
Like the sparkling water.
Yeah,
I know
like
you're a
that.
bitch. And
I don't like fizzy.
You are such a bitch. I know you drink sparkling water.
I don't.
Ooh, can I have some Perrier? Man in jacket and turtleneck sweater says he doesn't like Perrier. Liar of the century. Why you lie? You were saying, I'm sorry. Liar!
Just remind me, I don't like this.
Okay, just have a glass of water.
I don't want water. You get dressed up, glass of water. I got water at home.
You're gonna have another alcoholic drink in a second.
You just have something in between.
I don't think I could stick to it. I think I would try it like one drink and I'd be right back to just
better
losing.
than nothing, I guess.
Especially if it's open B. You got open bar, and I ain't getting my money.
No, but the funny thing about the holiday party, right? Like, I agree with you. If I go to a wedding and I drop a gift, I do feel this pressure to get my money out of the open bar. But holiday parties don't normally cost you anything.
Right.
No.
So it's not like you're losing money not drinking all of the alcohol at the open bar at your work party.
It's also hard for me to not drink at events I don't want to be at.
Okay.
Because I want to hide behind the alcohol.
Understood.
So I don't want to go to a work party. Neither do you.
No.
So I'm going to drink more because I don't want to be here.
But that's why you should be using this method.
I know this. I know this. But it's not helping me.
Okay, you understand.
I can't hide behind water.
You understand this is, but exactly, it's not a puzzle to solve.
It is.
No, there isn't a troll you have to answer questions.
It's a riddle.
You simply finish your alcoholic drink, grab a non-alcoholic drink, drink that, and then go back to alcohol. Like all you have to do is just go drink, other drink, drink, other drink.
Nobody's asking you not to drink.
Not that complicated.
I understand that, but
I don't think you do.
I let the alcohol do the driving.
You know what's funny is, like, for as much as a jackass as you are, you can handle your alcohol pretty good, right? Like, I haven't seen you drunkenly embarrass yourself in a very long time, and that's back when we were both degenerates.
Yeah.
Are you a bad drunk when you get around an open
What
bar?
do you think? She's bad at everything. She gets going, the horns come out.
No,
That's why she's gonna.
I am now at the age where my hangover starts before I'm even done drinking, so that usually ends the night pretty early for me.
I mean, the cruelty of life, right? Where you finally get to a point in your life where you can kind of afford to go crazy if you want to, right? And you may even have the time to go do it, and you can't without dying.
But so like my dad had friends, and my dad was one of those guys that, like, if you ran into my father when my father retired for good when he was 60.
Okay.
He always had a drink in his hand, and so did all his buddies. And I remember going to see, like, right before he died, he wanted to go see one of his neighbors. So his guy's name was Otto, rich old dude. We went there at 10 o'clock in the morning. He's got a glass of scotch in his hand. And it's just and it's a full, I go, that's what I want. I want to be 90-year-old Otto with a drink in my hand at 10 o'clock in the morning.
I get it, 90. Who cares?
But I think he did this his whole life.
Okay, that's impressive.
And my old man was the same way. He went to 87.
Yeah, and you saw how everything worked out for your
Yeah.
dad. Why would you not want to replicate that?
How was that in the
Okay,
end?
all right.
He was crapping his rubber pants at an Italian restaurant,
Yes.
and the poo was being spun up by the wheels of his wheelchair.
Got all
Wasn't
over
he-
my nice shoes.
He was finger blasting your mom
Yes.
with rubber gloves.
And wasn't he blowing all of his money at the bar?
Oh, I thought you were
during
talking
the
about his mom again.
afternoons?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Like you said, he would spend an absurd amount of money.
So my old man was spending it. I still remember this place. It was a sports bar called Splashes. And he was going down there every day with my mother. They would split a steak, and then my mother didn't drink at that point, and he would just start drinking Rob Roy's or Manhattans. He was spending $250 a week. This is going back a
Insane.
few years, basically on lunchtime alcohol. Then he would go back to the nursing home and get strung out on Robitussin at night, and it was called Robo-tripping.
So tell me again what you know when he uses zebra method.
That's not the worst thing in the world.
You literally, I can't think of many worse things.
Split a steak, get wasted.
I love how he's like, that wasn't the worst thing in the world, says man that didn't have to take care of them at any point.
Yeah.
Because
They
you
put him in
didn't
a
live
nursing
there.
home.
Didn't your father steal a mobile cart from a grocery store to drive to a bar to get drunk?
He did, and he was at Publix, which is a big chain down there. And my mother, she had dementia,
Yes.
so like he would just leave her. So she's like walking around Publix, and then he got in the motorized cart and went over to the bar, drove into the bar. They served him in the bar. He never got out of the thing.
Florida.
And then he motored back.
So, okay. Again,
Mm.
you started the story as like making it sound
It's not the
romantic.
worst, man.
It is, again, bro, he left your dementia-ridden mother at a grocery store by herself to steal a motorized cart
Yes.
from the grocery store.
Borrowed.
Okay, to go to the thing. By the way, he also used your mother who had dementia as his DD.
Yeah, so when he was a member of the Elks Lodge and my mother was still losing her mind, he would drink, she would drive, but she had dementia. So basically he would tell her what to do in the car. He basically had the first ever driverless car. Like he was Tesla before Tesla. You just told it where to go. And he would say, make a left. Turn here, slow down. You're going too fast. And she would just hold onto the wheel and do what he said.
Amish Tesla.
Yes.
252 WCMF. This conversation started with this idea of zebra striping. If you have a family or work holiday party coming up, to make sure you don't get too drunk, lose your job, ruin your reputation, rotate alcoholic drinks for non-alcoholic drinks like the stripes on a zebra. Black, white, black, white, black,
Okay.
white. And this turned into, I can't not drink when there's alcohol there. It sounds romantic to be an old man pooping my pants, taking advantage of my dementia-ridden wife while stealing grocery carts.
Bro, the poop's coming whether I do it or not.
Put that on a T-shirt.
You know it.
Sell it in the rock shop. All right, let's take a break.
All right.
I get the feeling Kimmy's about to piss off a lot of guys over a certain age.
Am I?
Oh.
I was just making an observation.
She got a man shame?
Well, no, here's the thing. I can't. I guess on the extreme scale, most people are going to go, yeah, you're right. But I don't think the guys that you will be describing think they have hit that point yet.
Okay.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
Sure.
And I guess what we're going to get at here is they say that your sense of smell
Yeah.
is your strongest sense,
Oh.
right? Like more than sight or hearing, it can take you back to a specific moment in your life.
Nose, baby.
So what Kimmy is observing here makes perfect sense. The question is, do guys of this age realize that they are emitting this odor? And we'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. there are certain things that will peg you as a member of your generation.
Mhm.
The music you listen to,
Oh yeah.
the clothes you wear,
Mhm.
ankle socks seem to be a big tell these days.
A style.
Yeah.
Mm.
But someone in this room claims
Yeah.
she doesn't need to see you.
Mm-mm.
She doesn't need to hear you as
What
a
you gotta
man
do?
to know exactly how old you are.
Well,
It's
how'd
what you
do?
leave behind.
Oh.
This woman claims, with just her nose, she can tell you what year you were born in. And she says it applies to every man
Oh.
listening to this show.
You should get a job at the state fair.
No, because it always smells like pig crap. You're hanging out at the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. We'll jump right into it.
All right.
Kimmy,
Mhm.
You noticed you had an uncanny talent over the
Uh,
holidays.
Yeah. So I was stopping by a friend's house, dropped something off, and the second I entered her doorway,
Mm.
I immediately knew that her dad had been there.
How?
The smell.
Oh.
Like
And it wasn't a bad smell.
Okay.
It was
a
just
cologne?
like the same. I knew a man over the age of 60 had been in this house based on the scent left behind.
So it's like old man cologne.
I don't know what the scent is, but it is a scent that I would say every man over the age of 55 smells like.
Okay.
And it's got to be the cologne that you guys wear or wore and just stuck with the rest of your life.
No, but that doesn't make sense because not every man wears the same cologne.
No, but there was
A
standard men colognes that guys wore.
There are few scents where it immediately takes me back to my dad having his buddies over for Monday Night Football or something. It was just like this cloud of scent
Okay.
that lingers.
There's some heavy colognes out there.
Yeah,
for the day.
it is a little heavier of a smell, and it doesn't go away for days.
So you're telling me it's not like a natural thing that's coming out of their pores?
No, it's not like a bad smell. It's not like BO. It's just a
cologne.
specific scent. Yeah.
Okay, can you describe what this scent is?
It's I don't know. I
Okay.
don't know how to
No,
describe
that's
the
fair.
scent.
It's hard to describe a scent.
But it is very heavy.
Okay.
You know, it's not like a light, fresh scent.
Ooh, take that.
It's not bad though. It's not a bad
It's not
thing.
bad. It's not
It's
bad.
just something. It's just a smell that I now associate with the older set.
So you're telling me if a man over 55 was in a room that you walked into, you could
I
immediately...
think so. I think so. And they wear enough of it too that it leaves it behind for a while.
So there are a
And
lot
I
of
even-
Tonys out there.
And I told my husband this, and he 100% agreed. He's like, I know exactly what scent you're talking about.
By the way, I love how Tommy's taking a shot. She's describing you,
I don't smell.
Kimmy.
I don't think I have not smelled you, which
I
is
wear
a good
cologne every
thing.
day.
You don't smell bad, but I don't know what kind of cologne you wear.
Would you like to get close to him and smell him
No.
now? Okay.
You wouldn't smell me?
I don't want to smell
I'm so
you.
disgusting you couldn't
No, it's
smell
not that
me?
you're gross. I just don't want to smell my
You-
coworkers.
You want her to come smell you right now?
No, but I'm a little appalled. That's like,
No.
no. Like, no.
Okay, so
What?
I just find it weird where it's like, oh, how dare you not want to smell me? Come over here, young woman I work with, and
Whatever.
smell me.
You should
Smell
probably
me.
Sniff.
You think I'm that offensive?
Is this something that other people notice? 252-WCMF, 252-9263? Because there's always been an old man smell.
Right, but like those old colognes that have heavy hang time. Like,
Heavy hang time.
Like Old Spice, the original white bottle of Old Spice.
Mhm.
That's got heavy hang. And the other one that really sticks out that you can't, once you put it on, you'll smell it for days. And that is the original green Polo bottle.
Okay.
That stuff is toxic. Because everybody wore it back in the day. That was like the first fancy cologne guys, like of my generation, bought at the mall.
Okay.
Was Polo.
Okay.
And then there was like Drakkar and those types, you know?
Sure. But like when I say old man smell,
Mm.
the old man smell I'm referring to, like the 70, 80, 90-year-old guy, that's not a cologne.
Well, that's medicine.
Or their body.
Yeah.
I always assumed like when guys hit a certain age, their bodies just started to produce a certain natural smell.
Probably does. You're getting old, you
Right?
know, and everything's backing up on you.
Is that a body breaking down? I'm
Oh,
being
sure.
serious. No,
Well, yeah, it is.
that's kind of horrifying.
Well,
that
your
you're going to
body-
smell your own demise.
Right. Well, you're smelling your own decay.
Ah, see, that's terrible.
But that's life. I mean, everybody croaks, man. We all check out the same way.
Okay, yeah, I just don't want to smell myself dying.
It's not like you're rotting away like it's something horrible.
What else would the smell be?
It's a pleasant rot. The
All-
pleasant man rot.
Also the way we describe this show. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Kimmy claims that she can walk into a room And if a man over 55 has been in that room within the last 15 minutes,
Yeah.
she will know immediately because of a specific smell that she herself cannot describe.
There are also smells that I think were popular when we were kids that take me back when I smell them, but I don't know if guys still wear those smells. You know, like I'll smell it and immediately know that's, you know, I would think a guy our age would be wearing it, but I don't know how many guys really stuck with it.
All right, so here's what happened. If
Yeah.
we're talking cologne, we all of a sudden grew up in a golden age for cologne where like you're
Every
right.
store had their own version.
And not only that, like even like high end places started producing multiple colognes for all their lines where like you had 5.
Yeah.
So like for Tommy's generation, they got one, they stuck
every
with it.
store had their own line of colognes.
Whereas I think most guys
Too many options.
Yeah, like between like 30 and 50 have the opportunity to pick and choose.
Yeah.
252 WCMF 252-9263. We're trying to describe the smell. Dan thinks he's got it.
Okay.
He's on CMF. Hey Danny, how are you, buddy?
Hey, good morning, guys. Yeah, I've got it. It's the daddy smell. I heard about it first. Like, I'm 54. Like, when I was in my 30s, I'm a Latino male. I'm used to wearing good quality colognes, but at one point I switched to Aqua Velva. And that's exactly what happened. I was told I had a daddy smell. It's Aqua Velva, Old Spice Menace.
That's like more like aftershave, where you splash it on your face. You put a lot of it on.
You do, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, but
you're supposed to like tap your face with it.
But Dan, let me ask you because I'm a little confused. You said you were a Latino guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, which means we wear cologne all the time.
No, that's
Good
what I'm
quality
getting
stuff.
at. When you say daddy, like DADDY like a dad, or DADI like Latino sexy guy?
No, like an old man dad.
Okay, gotcha. No, because that would be confusing if someone was like, "Ooh, daddy." I'm like, "Oh, that sounds great." No, like my father.
No, not a cool
Okay.
who's your daddy kind of thing. No, not Big Papi.
Gotcha. Okay. All right, Dan. I just wanted to make sure we were all on the same page here. So, Dan, did you switched out of it? Did it bother you?
Immediately it did. I was like, I smell like an old man. I never bought Aqua Velva again.
So what do you wear now?
Gasoline.
Polo, of course. Latino dude. Come on.
Right.
Lauren, something like that.
Which polo? Which color, Dan?
Actually, right now, I actually have a Mont Blanc cologne and a Burberry called Touch.
This guy's high end.
Ooh,
Sounds
look at
fancy.
you. All right. Well, Danny, keep doing
In all
it.
seriousness, metrosexual over here, for sure.
Hey, well, hey,
the
man.
chica.
You do you. I work with one of those, so you're good company.
Yep.
Dan, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. Can I do a quick sidebar of anger?
Yeah.
When did men's colognes become so hard to pronounce?
Yeah.
Oh.
Because like I
You
didn't
have to
know.
have that, like, that heavy French. Bleh.
Because my wife got me. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
My wife got me. It says YSL on the bottle, but it's Yves
Isn't that called
Ives.
the War Memorial?
Saint Laurent.
Yves Saint Laurent. Yeah.
But I don't know if it's Yves Saint.
Doesn't matter. Just say it like that.
Well, you took French.
I
think it's
for
Yves.
barely for only
Barely.
6 years. I can't speak a word of it. Like if you go in to buy a man's cologne, it all sounds the same. Can I get
that one.
Mont Blanc
Point
Yves
to
Saint Laurent
Tastes like you're having
Laurent?
a stroke.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
Try it. Stroke.
smell good.
Try it with your good hand.
252 WCMF 252-9263. If Kimmy came in here and said, "Oh, Tommy was in here," would that bother you enough to change your scent?
Well, I would have questions.
Well,
Because I think I wear really good cologne.
every guy thinks that. That's why they put it
No,
on.
you
but I
wouldn't
think
wear
I'm
it
one
if
of
you
the
didn't
good
like
ones.
it.
Like I think I wear like a medium scented cologne that doesn't overpower.
I think Pat's asking, would it bother you if you could be identified by your scent?
because that means I'm doing too much.
Well, which is weird because everything else you do when people make fun of you, you stick with
Yeah.
it. You think that jacket looks great. You fought your wife on your Billy White Shoes Johnsons that she made you throw out, right? But the scent would be the one you change based on
because it
opinion.
makes you kind of like it's not appealing.
Not like what's going on now with you.
Well, I'm doing the best I can.
No, you're not. You can just wear a shirt
I
like
got
a
shirt.
normal person.
I have a shirt on.
You're wearing a jacket and a ribbed turtleneck sweater. I'm nailing this. The smell, though.
Standard look.
Nobody looks at you and goes, wow. In fact, your jacket is so long in the arms, it's covering your knuckles. You got baby arms.
Well, I wonder, too,
Like
if
Teddy Ruxpin.
every scent dies with that generation. Because it's not something you pass along to your kid. Because as a kid, you don't want to smell like an old person.
Okay.
It probably makes its way out eventually.
You bring up a great point. Like when it comes to like smells for women versus men, nostalgia, we talk all the time, is a very powerful thing.
Yeah.
Lots of things come back around again. You never see men's cologne loop back around.
No.
But there are classic women's scents that have existed since like the 30s and 40s that women today
Well, yeah,
still
that's-
wear.
Yes and no, but there are a few like very rosy smells that it smells like an old woman, I think, to most people.
Okay.
But you're right, there are some classics.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Kimmy claims she could walk into a room that a man over 55 has been in and based solely on smell identify that man was there. She's like a bloodhound for old guys. So if you commit a crime and the suspect's over 60.
Don't wear cologne.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Jeremy. Hey, Jeremy. How are you, buddy?
You are wrong. When people do see Tommy, they say, wow, how did he get his hair so unnaturally black? A can of Simonized shoe polish. What is happening here? Did he go to Trends with a Z? Not sure. And Kimmy does have a job at the state fair. She's holding the line for people to ride her husband, see if they can stay on for 8 seconds. Big burly guy. I love you, Kimmy.
He's coming out on fire.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Jeremy.
Listen, I've always wanted to talk about this because I don't know how to bring it up, or I didn't even know where to go with it. But 30 years ago, there were a scent that like older Italian men that would wear that I don't know what it is. I hate all cologne and perfume, but man, it was like the greatest smell on earth. And you can't just walk up to an old guy and go, hey, what are you wearing? Because they'll cart your ass off to lock you up. So I'm glad somebody has brought this up. I don't know if it's still the same scent 30 years later because I'm not sniffing old guys as they walk into buildings. But, yeah, maybe it's the same thing Kimmy's talking about.
Okay.
I have no idea.
All right. Well, this kind of did take a weird turn to your smell fantasy with old Italian men because we could have helped you. We need something more than that old Italian man smelled good. What did it smell like?
Meatballs in your pocket? Maybe. Maybe not.
Can you describe it? Oh, okay. Never mind. There goes Jeremy. Sorry, I stepped on his meat.
No, you could just go down to the Italian American Club and ask them.
By the way,
they're all there right now.
I think a man asking me what cologne I was wearing, I would take that as a compliment.
Yeah.
Right?
I think most guys will just tell you flat out.
Yeah. What are you wearing? Just, don't say it weird.
What do you mean?
Hey.
What are you wearing?
What are you wearing?
What you got going on over there, buddy?
I smell good. Smell real good. All right, I'm going to tell you, can I do a quick sidebar too here? And I see you guys on hold. We'll get there. Because, Kimmy, a lot of people are guessing what it is. A lot of people are Brute is what a lot of folks
Okay.
Brute goes all the way
don't
back
know.
to, like, my high school days. And it was cheap.
Would you wear Brute?
No.
No, you wouldn't.
No.
Okay. So something that's starting to freak me out is we talked about, like, the loop back around in scents. There's a girl I dated in high school that I was really into. And she wore this specific scent, and I don't know what it was.
Yeah.
Right? But
Because she was a kid.
well, she was a teenager.
Yeah.
I was also a teenager.
Mm-hmm.
Just have to point that out now.
You make things sound so bad without trying. How do you have a talent like that? It's not. I'm starting to notice it
Yeah.
on my kids my daughter's age.
Yeah.
So it came around again.
Well,
Yes,
I
but
think
I'm
it's-
smelling it, and it's taking me back to
Yeah.
that girl. Like, oh man. But I'm also smelling it on teenage girls, which is kind of free. Like,
Yeah.
you get
Well,
what I'm
there's
saying,
one
right?
That I knew a bunch of girls used to spray. Like at school, they keep it in their purse, and Breezy down the hall has it sometimes. And the second I smell it, it takes me right back to high school.
Yeah, it's a weird side by side because it's like, oh man, young love back in the day. That's a 15-year-old girl.
But, it makes sense that these companies would just take those old scents and just rebrand them again, call them something different, and sell it again.
Sure.
Like, they don't have to even invent anything. Because I still smell – my aunt and my grandmother used to wear this stuff that was toxic.
It's called Dude's Dongs?
It was called a dong.
Can I get – you said the dong? You were saying, I'm sorry.
But I smell it now again on people. And so it was called Touche Moi, and it was really heavy. And I'm thinking they just rebranded it to something else and sold it to another generation.
Okay.
Could be.
Wait, are you sure it was Touche Moi?
What
It was your
else
mom
was
and
it?
your grandma, right?
No, it was my aunt.
And your
But
grandma.
For this joke, let's throw my mother in there.
Are you
too.
sure they weren't wearing like Le Nom, the neighborhood?
You're making my blood clot move.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Sam. Hey, Sammy, how are you, buddy?
I'm good. How are you guys this morning?
Good, man. What's up?
Nothing. So that scent for me, I think she's referred to would have to be a preferred stock.
I'm 39, grew up with just my father, and that was his choice, and, man, I hated that stuff.
Preferred stock? I've never heard of that before.
Yeah, preferred stock. It was before Jakar and all that, and it was just disgusting. But I mean, I dreaded it. But for me, I think the OG has to be that original bottle of Curve for $10 at Walmart.
I forgot about
Curve, buddy. I got one of them sample Christmas packs of like the 4 different Curves.
And that still exists.
It does still exist. By the way, I did not get bit by a mosquito for like 6 months.
Oh yeah.
Hey, what are you wearing now, Sammy?
To be honest with you, I'm not even in the cologne game. I can't afford it.
Out.
I'm a single father. I'm a single father of 3, so
I get it.
Yeah. So yeah, man, I don't even wear anything now. Maybe a body spray once in a while, but
I wouldn't say that out loud again. But Sam, thanks for the call, buddy. I really appreciate it. Good luck with it.
Have a good day.
There goes Sammy.
Sammy Sense.
All right, what's the maximum age a man can get away with wearing a body spray?
I would say college. That's like that Axe body spray that had a trigger on it.
Yeah, you needed.
It looked like you were getting a mace demonstrator.
There was a 3-day cooling off period between buying it and getting it.
You look like you were in the Guatemalan military with that thing.
Kimmy, what's the max age for a man to wear a body spray?
I say college.
Oh, I think once you get out of high school, right?
Oh, you're not even college.
Okay, maybe college, but at that point, like, I would think somebody would set you straight. You should be like growing up, and your smell should reflect that.
Because you're spraying your junk with that. You're crop dusting your junk with that.
Yeah, but again, you only make that mistake a couple of times.
Some guys just do it and just grip something real quick.
I told you I
would say you'd be phasing it out by the time you're out of school. Yeah.
I used to aftershave my balls when I was in that bagpipe band when I was a kid.
Yeah.
Because you have to wear it.
Yeah, it hurts.
It hurts. But like I also like when I started having kids, like I worried like I had done something terrible.
Yeah.
Like my kid, you know what I mean? Like my child's green for some reason because I've been putting aftershave on my bare testicles. We got Facebook messages coming in. I see you guys on hold. 252-WCMF. You can always get us at WCMF Break Room on Facebook, probably. Daryl writes us. Daryl looks to be in his 50s.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you did piss one person off.
What's that?
He says, Kimmy should talk. Young girls have a specific smell, too. They all smell like cheap perfume that hurts your nose. Oh. I thought middle school boys wore too much scent, but millennial women are the worst.
Oh.
I don't get that. Do you?
Well, what's a millennial woman?
Me.
Breezy, Kimmy, Hope.
No, I don't.
Hope might be too young.
Yeah, you might be right. By the way, the way you said that makes it sound like you're trying to smell them every day. No, I'm not trying to smell them.
No, but I walk by them.
I don't want to smell them.
I think the thing
I've
is,
had
though,
conversations with them and never smelled nothing.
How do you make everything sound so creepy?
I know.
I don't intentionally sniff these women.
Again, the fact that you keep saying it makes it sound so bad.
But now I want to smell them.
Oh, my God.
Well, just to know what they smell like. Not
the only time
sexual and nasty. Just a scent.
You know what's funny? If we went and grabbed Breezy and we were like, hey, can Tommy smell you? She'd be like, yeah, sure.
Yeah, I would let her smell me.
Give me your second.
We're snot buddies. Snot sisters.
Snot sisters.
I think with women, though, there are just so many different scents, and we have no problem like switching it up every now and then too. So I can't think of like a standard,
Yeah.
But I don't know.
No, I think I
could be wrong.
I think what we're establishing here is the fear of messing up for men, right? Because we know
going
that
too far.
Yeah, men, we find a style we like and we stick with it as long as we can.
Yes.
Some guys way too long.
Yeah.
I think that once you get a compliment on your cologne,
yeah, you're locked in
forever and ever.
If if a hot chick says, "Man, you smell good," that's it. You're never getting rid of that cologne.
I'm with you.
Yeah.
252-WCMF will take one more call. Bloodhound Kimmy claims that she can smell when a man over 55 has been in a room even after they left. She can't describe the smell, but she knows they've been there. Jay's got the last word on CMF. Hey, Jay, how are you, buddy?
Good morning. First of all, I'm 73, so I've been through a litany of various scents. The first thing you do is you let
you know what he's on right now.
What's that?
Poo.
Make the decision as to which cologne she likes, and you go from there.
Okay.
So I've been through never the Axe stuff. That's for 15-year-olds, but the Brute and English leather, things like that. Now I'm wearing Sauvage by Dior. I was wearing YSL because Lenny Kravitz was wearing it. But the thing is, my wife always tells me she walks into a room and can smell me, it's like I put too much on. So again, it's a matter of letting your better half make that decision.
Or Lenny Kravitz.
All right, but Jay, here's the problem. Two problems. One, going to the Lenny Kravitz thing. Lenny Kravitz works out in leather pants. I'm not making that up.
He also wears sunglasses
Yeah, okay.
night.
So back in the day, I did the same thing, but that was 50 years ago.
No,
So-
but I guess what I'm saying is, like, if you work out in leather pants, you probably smell really bad. I don't
Yeah.
know if I want to smell like Lenny Kravitz. But, Jay, I mean, you're
I'm
fortunate.
just saying he's attractive in terms of he has at least trying something, and trying something new once in a while.
Fair enough. But, Jay, you bring up, you're right. When you have a woman in your life that can tell you what's good and
Point
what's
you
bad.
in the right direction.
Exactly. I think the bigger problem.
Absolutely.
The bigger problem is guys that don't have that. You're a blind man walking through Darktown. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely. For sure. The blind leading the blind.
Exactly. All right. We got to the bottom of nothing. But, Jay, thank you for the call. I appreciate it.
Thank you, guys.
There goes Jay. Lenny Kravitz smelling Jay. All right. So now a lot of guys are arguing you're smelling beard oil instead of cologne.
Well, you would.
I
know
mean,
that's
again,
how
it's
smell.
possible, but this is actually no, because her dad doesn't have a beard, so
Okay.
I mean, unless he's putting it in his hair.
Ooh.
That's the other weird thing. You guys put, like, oils in your hair.
So I use this tonic.
No, you don't.
Yeah.
Shut up. You have hair tonic?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Does it give you vigor?
It sure does. I think it helps with my sperm count.
Yeah, God, we need that. What are you using sperm count for now?
Your mom. What do you set me up so easy?
She's far too old to mother a child. Please don't. It's a problem for everybody. Let's take a break. It's funny. As we're talking about scents here, this is actually a perfect transition because you have it, as we talk about what men smell like, you have an idea of what you want a woman to smell like.
Yeah.
And a beer company has decided they have that smell.
In a beer?
Not in a beer.
Yeah.
I mean, like, this company is known for some wild stuff, but a lot of the things that they do ends up being successful.
And this is geared towards men?
It's geared towards women.
Oh.
Women are to put this on their body, and
All right.
today it goes on sale at noon. It's going to sell out.
Damn.
And would it turn you on if you smelled a woman like this?
I've dated some weird smelling women, especially in the South, bro.
Ooh, weird smelling woman. We'll tell you what it is next year in the break room. On CMF. We've just been talking about smells and scents for the last 30 minutes. And like we had said, a scent has the ability to bring you back to a certain time in your life. So I guess in that way, this is logical.
What we got?
But would you want to be with a woman that smells like this?
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF, Miller High Life, every holiday season is known for doing something crazy.
A little wacky.
Yeah, offering you something like, for example, in 2021, they had a dive bar scented candle. The year after that, they had dive bar scented ice cream.
Okay.
Or dive bar flavored, ice cream. This year, and you can get it today, starting at, I believe, noon, they are selling Miller High Life dive bar scented perfume.
Oh. So you just smell like an old barfly?
I don't know. They say it's meant to capture the smell of every familiar dive bar scent, from the satisfying crack of freshly opened beer to the comforting, savory taste of classic bar snacks.
I was thinking like gin and cigarettes.
They say it smells like cedarwood, patchouli, sea salt, and tobacco.
Oh. But that sounds manly.
It does sound manly.
I was going to say, I could see putting that in a candle, right? Dive bar scented candle, but to wear it as a perfume, it's interesting.
So they call it a perfume, which gives me the impression that this is for women.
Yeah.
But then the way that they say it smells gives me the impression it's meant for men.
Or it could be just like one of those sprays that people keep in their bathroom and stuff.
It's being sold as a scent to wear on your body.
Okay.
All right, so I guess my question is this.
What's that?
Like, as we've had this discussion about scents and things over the last 30 minutes, right? Do you have enough fond memories of the dive bar days of your life where a woman that smells like that would be a turn on?
No. No?
No.
A turn on? Like, it would sexually excite me for her to smell like bars I used to hang out in?
Yes.
No.
I think you're underestimating how powerful that draw might be.
Okay.
Because I think about this, man. So, like, those days, as much as while we were living them, they were tough.
Yeah.
We remember them as the best days of our lives.
Well, I'm going all the way back to my beginning drinking days.
Yeah.
And most of those dive bars didn't have women in them.
Okay.
So I don't have a memory of a hot chick at a dive bar.
Okay.
Where your drinking experience was more unisex than mine was.
No, you're right. It was nothing for a woman to walk into a bar that would sell you.
That didn't happen in the 1970s.
Okay, all right. So I guess this would be a generational difference kind of thing.
It would have to be.
Which is weird because I mean, look, I do have very fond memories.
Oh, I do too.
Of like meeting these girls in these bars, hanging out, having a grand old time, and I think the memories of that scent coming back might do it for me.
That might be something you could sell to people like you.
But it would be weird for that.
People.
What do you mean, you people?
You people.
It would be weird for that scent to be coming off my wife, though, because that's not where I met my wife.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And she's not the kind of girl that I would have met in a dive bar in my 20s.
Because you'd be with your wife, but you might start thinking about those days.
Yeah.
That's going to not be good.
But would this work for, like, women in their 20s, 30s, and 40s to bring those guys back to that moment? Like, hey, remember when I was wild? I got 3 kids now, but they're not here. They're at home.
Remember me 30 pounds ago?
Well, I love how you say that, too. Like, guys that were semi-attractive in those dive bars now look anything like they did.
True.
You know what I mean?
True.
Like,
the guys are supposed to go bad. That's the deal.
Women are... What are you talking about? That's not fair.
Women fight it. Men don't.
You fight it. Look at you.
Thank you.
No, that wasn't a compliment. Fighting it doesn't mean you're accomplishing it.
And you love to point out when guys let themselves go. It's like your favorite hobby.
Why don't I ever do that? Why do I ever point out people?
You've done it 4 times today on the TV and people around in the world.
You love to point out when somebody grows out of their clothes.
No, it's fun. I guess, like, what you were attracted to back in the day, would you still be attracted to that same thing? Like, if a woman, let's say hypothetically, dressed as a woman, would have been dressed in a dive bar when you were a kid.
Well, that might look hot, yeah.
So that would do it for you.
Yeah, because that was a pretty trampy look.
But you're a different person.
I understand, but it would take me back to them trampy days.
Sunday, Monday, trampy days.
But you know what I mean. I grew up in a trampy time.
No, I every time in your 20s.
As a tramp.
Yes, again, tramp is such a wrong word to use. No, it is, because, like, they were just kids. We were just kids.
Your fun days.
Like, they should do a tramp evolutionary chart of the tramp, like from my generation to every generation of tramp.
Okay. Kimmy.
Yeah.
A non-tramp.
Can I ask you a question? If your husband pulled you aside one day, you guys are telling me, listen, I kind of have this fantasy that I think I might have discovered.
Okay.
Could you dress like a chick trying to pick up a guy at a bar in 2006? Would you do that for me tonight?
Oh, he's asking me.
He's asking you to do it. I
Like
want you to
like a fantasy girl.
Yeah, I want you to put on the low-rise jeans. I want to see the thong coming up
no,
over the top.
I can't do.
I want
can't.
the
I just told
midriff.
you, I cannot go back to the low-rise jeans. I would feel like, because here's the part of it too. Like, girls dressed like that in middle school when I was growing up.
Okay, I got.
It would be weird to go back to that, but in a fantasy world, I don't know.
You're not wearing
There's
it out
not
of the
a lot
house.
of crossover for me.
You're not going to wear it out of the house. You're just going to wear it for him in the house. I'll take you out to the thrift store. We'll try and find some of these clothes. You wouldn't do that for him?
I mean, I would try it, I guess. I couldn't take it seriously,
He wants the
though.
zigzag part in your hair.
I'll try it. Sure. Get that scrunchy hairspray in there, too.
Would it disturb you if he asked you to do that?
I would be a little weirded out if he asked me to do that, I think.
But, I mean, that's what he was.
It's like role playing almost.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, like.
But even that, again, I've said, I don't think I could do it seriously.
It always goes off
I would feel like I'm in a costume.
Well, yeah, that's what role playing is.
I understand, but not in a sexy way.
Okay. All right, let me ask you this question. Let's say he's got a teacher fantasy.
Okay.
Or he's got 2006 20-year-old fantasy.
Okay.
Which one would bother you less? Would you rather dress like a sexy teacher or you in 2006?
Me in 2006.
Okay.
It just was not, like, looking back, I don't look at myself as being attractive in those photos. You know what I mean? It wasn't like the highlight.
Looking back.
Yes.
Looking back. Yeah.
No, like, those were the...
forward.
Now you went silent, you
Nah.
bitch.
Those were the awkward years. you
Oh,
know?
those years.
Too late. You already missed.
Yeah.
It's like throwing a football after they blew the whistle. Play's over. Oh, touchdown. No, but I mean, okay. I mean, I get where you're coming from. It would also be weird if my wife asked me to do like the.
Put your Jenko jeans on.
But I would do that for
Put
her.
a
But women
pink
don't have
popped
those
collar on.
But women don't have those kind of fantasies. But guys have more of those kind of like sexual fantasies than women do.
Again, I don't know if that's true because it's possible you're right. It's possible that women's minds don't work that way. It's also possible that women are afraid to ask or bring it up.
Why?
But I think that that's different. For me, like asking somebody to dress up like you have a certain job or something, like you're a construction worker or something,
Or
is
a
different.
firefighter.
Is different than dressing up as you as a younger person.
Okay.
Like a throwback.
Yeah.
That would disturb you?
It's just a different. I don't see that as a sexy thing.
Okay. We were all sexier when we were younger, unless you weighed 300 pounds.
We're
It was
flappy
a lot of that fashion. It just wasn't a good look for guys or girls.
No, I get it, but you were attracted to it at that point.
Yeah, you were.
Yeah, but I moved on, and I don't see that as attractive now. I think we all look goofy.
Okay, I'm going to ask you a personal question.
Okay.
And you don't have to answer if you don't want. As this is now gone into sexual fantasy dress up. You brought up the having someone dress for a job.
Yeah.
Right, you construction worker. We have talked on this show about how firefighter might be the sexiest fantasy job for a woman.
Yeah.
Your husband being a firefighter. Has he brought the helmet home yet?
I mean, he brings his stuff home all the time. Because he has to.
But
It kind of stinks, if I'm going to be honest. It would be the same way as like if your wife told you to bring your hockey bag up, like.
Oh, I'd do that in a second.
Yeah, and
Put on
she
my
would
hockey pants and my
immediately
helmet.
puke from the smell.
Okay, I don't know why you're being rude. I asked you a simple
puke
question.
from the smell.
It is. By
It's
the way,
bad.
my gear is not that bad.
Okay.
I'm not a smelly guy.
Okay.
Okay. Are you done? So you're telling me
It's not like it's not
It's
the way
gross.
you picture it.
It's
Yeah,
gross.
it's dirty, it's kind of stinky, it's not cool.
So you're telling me then
yeah.
that you have not dipped your toe into the firefighter fantasy with your husband?
No.
Man,
no.
what the hell is wrong with you?
I'm telling you, it's not. It's
The
not
fantasy sleeps
but
next
the
to you.
fantasy is a fantasy because you don't see the real thing.
Okay, but my wife is
You know
Still
what I
behind
mean?
the music.
My wife is she's a doctor. In
Yeah.
scrubs, does it for me. Long coat, does it for me.
But that looks like a costume. I mean, like,
Looks like a costume when my wife wears it. Is that what you said?
no, I'm saying the actual outfit she's wearing could also be a costume. It's not that different from somebody dressing up that way.
Same with the firefighter.
It's like I said, it's not. Once you see the real thing, you're like, oh,
But your wife doesn't come home smelling like she's
yeah,
been-
like she's been in a fire.
Yeah.
Only days where she sees you as a patient.
Because it would be different if your
just-
wife
I guess
came
you
home covered in blood and stuff
Oh, yeah.
from what she was doing
Oh,
all
honey,
day.
you smell like pus.
Well, yeah, but if
Yeah.
she's coming home smelling of blood, it was probably a bad day for her. I'm not making that move.
But that's what I'm saying. Like once you see like her actual, like the actual stuff that she had to do all day, she's wearing it. It's a little different.
We come back, we wrap it up, we tell you what we're doing tomorrow next to the break room on CM. That's going to be Rapperoo.
Mario, up there, Rapperoo.
For a Wednesday Break Room CMF, it makes tomorrow a Thursday. You know what that means?
Well, we're going to bitch it up, buddy.
That's right. Bitch Voice Theater coming at you and a whole bunch of more fun stuff, but we are already 3 minutes late,
Oh.
so we got to go. Just real quick.
Yeah.
We got stuff to give you.
Where you get?
WCMF.com. Enter for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see the Marshall Tucker Band with Jefferson Starship at Divine. Showroom at Del Lago. Why would there be a space there?
I don't know.
Let me try that again. Marshall Tucker Band with Jefferson Starship at Divine Showroom at Del Lago Resort and Casino, December 13th. Tickets are on sale right now at DelLagoResort.com. Must be 21 years of age or older to attend the show at Divine. For Kimmy, who wants nothing to do with your sexual fantasy, I'm a Christian woman.
Not if it's going to be smelly.
I don't want no smelly fantasy.
Unless it's cheese.
For Tommy Muley, who's all of his fantasies are smelly in one way or another.
And involve cheese.
He doesn't have a fantasy with his mom. My name's Pat Duffy. Very cheesy. Stuffed
I
crust.
thought we were late.
Stuffed crust, son.
You gotta go.
Your mom told me the same thing last night. Oh! My name's Pat Duffy. We'll see you tomorrow morning to the break room. 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.